Astronomical Law in Chaucer ****** University of Nebraska Studies in Language, Literature and Criticism No. 2 Astronomical Law in Chaucer by Florence M. Grimm, A.M. Assistant in the University of Nebraska Library Editorial Committee Louise Pound, Ph.D., Department of English H.B. Alexander, Ph.D., Department of Philosophy F. W. Sanford, A.B., Department of Latin. Lincoln 1919 Contents I.Astronomy in the Middle Ages 3.2. Chaucer's Scientific Knowledge 9.3. Chaucer's Cosmology 12.4. Chaucer's Astronomy 27v. Astrological Law in Chaucer 51 Appendix 79 Astronomical Law in Chaucer I. Astronomy in the Middle Ages. The conspicuousness of astronomical law in the poetry of Chaucer is due to its importance in the life of his century. In the medieval period, astronomy, or astrology, for the two names were used indifferently to cover the same subject, was one of the vital interests of men. The ordinary man of the Middle Ages knew much more than do most men today about the phenomena of the heavens. Conveniences such as clocks, almanacs, and charts representing celestial phenomena were rare, and direct observations of the apparent movements and the relative positions of the heavenly bodies were necessary for the regulation of man's daily occupations. Furthermore, the belief in a geocentric system of the universe, which in Chaucer's century was almost universally accepted, was of vast significance in man's way of thinking. Accepting this view, all the heavenly bodies seemed to have been created for the sole benefit of man, inhabiting the central position in the universe. Their movements, always with reference to the earth as a center, brought to man light, heat, changes of season, all the conditions that made human life possible on the earth. Not only did the man of the Middle Ages see in the regular movements of the celestial spheres the instruments by which God granted him physical existence, but in the various aspects of heavenly phenomena he saw the governing principles of his moral life. The arrangement of the heavenly bodies with regard to one another at various times was supposed to exert undoubted power over the course of terrestrial events. Each planet was thought to have special attributes and a special influence over men's lives. Venus was the planet of love, Mars, of war and hostility, the Sun, of power and honor, and so forth. Each was mysteriously connected with a certain color, with a metal, too, the alchemists said, and each had special power over some organ of the human body. The planet's influence was believed to vary greatly according to its position in the heavens, so that to determine a man's destiny accurately it was necessary to consider the aspect of the whole heavens, especially at the moment of his birth, but also at other times. This was called casting the horoscope and was regarded as of great importance in enabling a man to guard against threatening perils or bad tendencies, and to make the best use of favorable opportunities. It is not astonishing, then, that the great monuments of literature in the medieval period and even much later are filled with astronomical and astrological allusions, for these are but reflections of vital human interests of the times. The greatest poetical work of the Middle Ages, Dante's Divina Commedia, is rich in astronomical lore, and its dramatic action is projected against a cosmographical background reflecting the view of Dante's contemporaries as to the structure of the world. Milton, writing in the 17th century, bases the cosmology of his Paradise Lost in the main on the Ptolemaic system, but makes Adam and the Archangel Raphael discuss the relative merits of this system and the heliocentric view of the universe. The latter had been brought forth by Copernicus a century earlier, but even in Milton's day had not yet succeeded in supplanting the old geocentric cosmology. The view of the universe which we find reflected in Chaucer's poetry is chiefly based on the Ptolemaic system of astronomy, though it shows traces of very much more primitive cosmological ideas. The Ptolemaic system owes its name to the famous Alexandrian astronomer of the 2nd century AD, Claudius Ptolemy, but is based largely on the works and discoveries of the earlier Greek philosophers and astronomers, especially Eudoxus, Hipparchus, and Aristarchus, whose investigations Ptolemy compiled and, along some lines, extended. Ptolemaic astronomy was a purely geometrical or mathematical system which represented the observed movements and relative positions of the heavenly bodies so accurately that calculations as to their positions at any given time could be based upon it. Ptolemy agreed with his contemporaries in the opinion that to assign causes for the celestial movements was outside the sphere of the astronomer. This was a proper field of philosophy, and the decisions of philosophers, especially those of Aristotle, were regarded as final, and their teaching as the basis upon which observed phenomena should be described. According to the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is a motionless sphere fixed at the center of the universe. It can have no motion, for there must be some fixed point in the universe to which all the motions of the heavenly bodies may be referred. If the Earth had motion, it was argued, this would be proportionate to the great mass of the Earth and would cause objects and animals to fly off into the air and be left behind. Ptolemy believed this reason sufficient to make untenable the idea of a rotatory motion of the Earth, although he was fully aware that to suppose such a motion of the Earth would simplify exceedingly the representations of the celestial movements. It did not occur to him that to suppose the Earth's atmosphere to participate in its motion would obviate this difficulty. The Earth was but a point in comparison with the immense sphere to which the stars were attached and which revolved about the Earth once in every 24 hours, imparting its motion to sun, moon, and planets, thus causing day and night and the rising and setting of the heavenly bodies. The irregular motions of the planets were accounted for by supposing them to move on circles of small spheres called epicycles, the centers of which moved around the deferents, or circles of large spheres which carried the planets in courses concentric to the star sphere. By giving each of the planets an epicycle and deferent of the proper relative size and velocity, the varied oscillations of the planets, as far as they could be followed by means of the simple instruments then in use, were almost perfectly accounted for. Though it was a purely mathematical system which only attempted to give a basis for computing celestial motions, Ptolemaic astronomy is of great importance historically, as it remained the foundation of theoretical astronomy for more than 1,400 years. Throughout the long dark centuries of the Middle Ages it survived in the studies of the retired students of the monasteries and of the few exceptionally enlightened men who still had some regard for pagan learning in the days when many of the Church Fathers denounced it as heretical. Ptolemy was the last of the great original Greek astronomers. The Alexandrian school produced, after him, only copyists and commentators, and the theoretical astronomy of the Greeks, so highly perfected in Ptolemy's Almagest, was for many centuries almost entirely neglected. The Roman state gave no encouragement to the study of theoretical astronomy and produced no new school of astronomy. Although it was the fashion for a Roman to have a smattering of Greek astronomy, and famous Latin authors like Cicero, Seneca, Strabo and Pliny wrote on astronomy, yet the Romans cared little for original investigations and contributed nothing new to the science. The Romans, however, appreciated the value of astronomy in measuring time, and applied to the Alexandrian school to satisfy their practical need for a calendar. What Julius Caesar obtained from the Alexandrian Sosigenes, he greatly improved and gave to the empire, as the calendar which, with the exception of the slight change made by Gregory XIII, we still use. The pseudo-astronomical science of astrology, or the so-called judicial astronomy, was pursued during the Roman Empire and throughout the Middle Ages with much greater zeal than theoretical astronomy. The interest in astrology, to be sure, encouraged the study of observational astronomy to a certain extent, for the casting of horoscopes to foretell destinies required that the heavenly bodies be observed and methods of calculating their positions at any time or place be known. But there was no desire to inquire into the underlying laws of the celestial motions or to investigate the real nature of the heavenly phenomena. If the Roman state did not encourage astronomy, the Roman Church positively discouraged it. The Bible became and long remained the sole authority recognized by the Church Fathers as to the constitution of the universe. By many of the patristics Ptolemaic astronomy was despised, not because it did not describe accurately the observed phenomena of the heavens, for it did this in a way that could scarcely have been improved upon with the facilities for observation then available, and not because it was founded upon the false assumption that the earth is the motionless center of the universe about which all heavenly bodies revolve, but because there was no authority in Scripture for such a system, and it could not possibly be made consistent with the cosmology of Genesis. Allegorical descriptions of the universe based on the Scriptures held almost complete sway over the medieval mind. The whole universe was represented allegorically by the tabernacle and its furniture. The earth was flat and rectangular like the table of showbread, and surrounded on all four sides by the ocean. The walls of heaven beyond this supported the firmament shaped like a half-cylinder. Angels moved the sun, moon, and stars across the firmament and let down rain through its windows from the expanse of water above. By no means all of the early Church Fathers were wholly without appreciation of the fruits of Greek astronomical science. Origen and Clement of Alexandria, while believing in the scriptural allegories, tried to reconcile them with the results of pagan learning. In the West, Ambrose of Milan and later Augustine, were at least not opposed to the idea of the Earth's sphericity, and of the existence of antipodes, although they could not get away from the queer notion of the waters above the firmament. A few enlightened students like Philoponus of Alexandria, Isidore of Seville, the Venerable Bede, and Irish scholars like Virgil and Dickwill, studied the Greek philosophers and accepted some of the pagan scientific teachings. Fortunately, the study of those ancient Latin writers whose works had preserved some of the astronomy of the Greeks had taken firm root among the patient scholars of the monasteries, and slowly but steadily the geocentric system of cosmology was making its way back into the realm of generally accepted fact, so that by the 9th century it was the system adopted by nearly all scholars. About the year 1000 began the impetus to learning which culminated in the great revival of the Renaissance. One cause of this intellectual awakening was the contact of Europe with Arab culture through the Crusades and through the Saracens in Sicily and the Moors in Spain. The Arabian influence resulted in an increased sense of the importance of astronomy and astrology, for, while the scholars of the Christian world had been devising allegorical representations of the world based on sacred literature, the Arabian scholars had been delving into Greek science, translating Ptolemy and Aristotle, and trying to make improvements upon Ptolemaic astronomy. The spheres of the planets, which Ptolemy had almost certainly regarded as purely symbolical, the Arabs conceived as having concrete existence. This made it necessary to add a 9th sphere to the 8 mentioned by Ptolemy, for it was thought sufficient that the 8th sphere should carry the stars and give them their slow movement of precession from west to east. This 9th sphere was the outermost of all, and it originated the prime motion by communicating to all the inner spheres its diurnal revolution from east to west. In medieval astronomy it came to be known as the primum mobile or first movable, while a 10th and motionless sphere was added as the abode of God and redeemed souls. The Sun and Moon were included among the planets, which revolved about the Earth in the order Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. At first the astronomy taught in the universities was based on Latin translations of Arabic commentaries and paraphrases of Aristotle, which had made their way into Europe through the Moors in Spain. For several centuries Aristotle represented in the eyes of most scholastics the last possibility of wisdom and learning. But by the middle of the 13th century Ptolemy began to be rediscovered. The Ptolemaic system of planetary motions was briefly described in a handbook compiled by John Halifax of Hollywood, better known as Sacrobosco. Roger Bacon wrote on the spheres, the use of the astrolabe, and astrology, following Ptolemy in his general ideas about the universe. The great medieval scholar and philosopher, Thomas Aquinas, was also familiar with the Ptolemaic system, but to most of the men of the 13th century Ptolemy's works remained quite unknown. The real revival of Greek astronomy took place in the 14th century when scholars began to realize that new work in astronomy must be preceded by a thorough knowledge of the astronomy of the Alexandrian school as exhibited in the syntaxis of Ptolemy. It was then that Greek and Latin manuscripts of works on astronomy began to be eagerly sought for and deciphered, and a firm foundation constructed for the revival of theoretical astronomy. To Chaucer's scientific knowledge, it was in the 14th century that Chaucer lived and wrote, and his interest in astronomical lore is, therefore, not surprising. Although the theories of astronomy current in Chaucer's century have been made untenable by the De Revolutionibus Orbium of Copernicus, and by Kepler's discovery of the laws of planetary motion, although the inaccurate and unsatisfactory methods of astronomical investigation then in use have been supplanted by the better methods made possible through Galileo's invention of the telescope and through the modern use of spectrum analysis, yet, of all scientific subjects, the astronomy of that period could most nearly lay claim to the name of science according to the present acceptation of the term. For, as we have seen, the interest in astrology during the Middle Ages had fostered the study of observational astronomy, and this in turn had furnished the science a basis of fact and observation far surpassing in detail and accuracy that of any other subject. Practically all of Chaucer's writings contains some reference to the movements and relative positions of the heavenly bodies, and to their influence on human and mundane affairs, and in some of his works, especially the treatise on the astrolabe, a very technical and detailed knowledge of astronomical and astrological lore is displayed. There is every reason to suppose that, so far as it satisfied his purposes, Chaucer had made himself familiar with the whole literature of astronomical science. His familiarity with Ptolemaic astronomy is shown in his writings both by specific mention, 1, of the name of Ptolemy and his syntaxis, commonly known as the Almagest, and by many more general astronomical references. Even more convincing evidence of Chaucer's knowledge of the scientific literature of his time is given in his treatise on the astrolabe. According to Skeat, Part I and at least 2/3 of Part II are taken, with some expansion and alteration, from a work on the astrolabe by Messahala, 2, called, in the Latin translation which Chaucer used, Compositio et Operatio Astrolabi. This work may have been ultimately derived from a Sanskrit copy, but from Chaucer's own words in the prologue to the Astrolabe, 3, it is clear that he made use of the Latin work. The rest of Part II may have been derived from some general compendium of astronomical and astrological knowledge, or from some other of the treatises on the astrolabe which Chaucer says were common in his time. 4. Other sources mentioned by Chaucer in the astrolabe are the calendars of John Sum and Nicholas Lynn, Carmelite friars who wrote calendars constructed for the Meridian of Oxford, 5, and of the Arabian astronomer Abdulaziz al-Qabusius. 6. In the Frankelin's Tale Chaucer mentions the Tabulae Tolteni, 7, a set of tables composed by order of Alfonso X, King of Castile, and so called because they were adapted to the city of Toledo. Works which served Chaucer not as sources of information on scientific subjects but as models for the treatment of astronomical lore in literature were the De Consolation Philosophiae of Boethius, which Chaucer translated and often made use of in his poetry, and the works of Dante, whose influence on Chaucer, probably considerable, has been pointed out by several writers, notably Rambo, 8, who discusses the parallels between the Whos of Fame and the Divina Commedia. 3. Chaucer's cosmology. Chaucer wrote no poetical work having a cosmographical background as completely set forth as is that in Dante's Divine Comedy or that in Milton's Paradise Lost. Although his cosmological references are often incidental, they are not introduced in a pedantic manner. Whenever they are not parts of interpolations from other writers, his use of them is due to their intimate relation to the life his poetry portrays or to his appreciation of their poetic value. When Chaucer says, for example, that the sun has grown old and shines in Capricorn with a paler light than is his wont, he is not using a merely conventional device for showing that winter has come, but is expressing this fact in truly poetic manner and in words quite comprehensible to the men of his day, who were accustomed to think of time relations in terms of heavenly phenomena. Popular and scientific views of the universe in Chaucer's century were by no means the same. The untaught man doubtless still thought of the earth as being flat, as it appears to be, as bounded by the waters of the ocean, and as covered by a dome-like material firmament through which the waters above sometimes came as rain, while, as we have seen, by the 14th century among scholars the geocentric system of astronomy was firmly established and the spheres and epicycles of Ptolemy were becoming more widely known. It is the view held by the educated men of his century that Chaucer's poetry chiefly reflects. 1. The celestial spheres and their movements. When we read Chaucer, we are transported into a world in which the heavenly bodies and their movements seem to bear a more intimate relation to human life than they do in the world in which we live. The thought of the revolving spheres carrying sun, moon, and planets, regulating light and heat on the earth, and exercising a mysterious influence over terrestrial events and human destiny was a sublime conception and one that naturally appealed to the imagination of a poet. Chaucer was impressed alike by the vastness of the revolving spheres in comparison to the earth's smallness, by their orderly arrangement, and by the unceasing regularity of their appearance which seemed to show that they should eternally abide. In the Parliament of Fowls he interpolates a passage from Cicero's Somnium Scipionis in which Africanus appears to the sleeping Scipio, points out to him the insignificance of our little earth when compared with the vastness of the heavens, and then admonishes him to regard the things of this world as of little importance when compared with the joys of the heavenly life to come. 9. Then showed he him the light earth, that here is, at regard of the heavens quantite, and after showed he him the 9 spheres. The regular arrangement of the planetary spheres clings often to the poet's fancy, and he makes many allusions to their order in the heavens. He speaks of Mars as the thrid heaven's lord above, 10, and of Venus as presiding over the fifth circle. 11. In Troilus and Chrysid the poet invokes Venus as the adorning light of the third heaven. 12. O blissful light, of which the beams clear adorneth all the thrid heaven fair. 13. Medieval astronomers, as we have seen, imagined 9 spheres, each of the 7 innermost carrying with it one of the planets in the order mentioned below. The 8th sphere was that of the fixed stars, and to account for the precession of the equinoxes, men supposed it to have a slow motion from west to east, round the axis of the zodiac. The 9th or outermost sphere they called the primum mobile, or the sphere of first motion, and supposed it to revolve daily from east to west, carrying all the other spheres with it. The thought of the two outer spheres, the primum mobile, whirling along with it all the inner spheres, and the firmament, bearing hosts of bright stars, seems to have appealed strongly to the poet's imagination. In the tale of the man of law, the primum mobile is described as crowding and hurling in diurnal revolution from east to west all the spheres that would naturally follow the slow course of the zodiac from west to east. 14. Elsewhere the primum mobile is called the wheel that beareth the stars, and is said to turn the heavens with a ravishing sway. O thou maker of the wheel that beareth the stars, which that art why fastened to thy perdurable chair, and tornest the heaven with a ravishing sway, and constrainest the stars to suffer in thy law. 15. The firmament, which in Chaucer is not restricted to the eighth sphere but generally refers to the whole expanse of the heavens, is many times mentioned by Chaucer, and its appearance on clear or cloudy nights, its changing aspects before an impending storm or with the coming of dawn, beautifully described. 16. 2. The harmony of the spheres. Some of the cosmological ideas reflected in Chaucer's writings can be traced back to systems older than the Ptolemaic. The beautiful fancy that the universe is governed by harmony had its origin in the philosophy of the Pythagoreans in the 4th century BC, and continued to appeal to men's imagination until the end of the Middle Ages. It was thought that the distances of the planetary spheres from one another correspond to the intervals of a musical scale, and that each sphere as it revolves sounds one note of the scale. When asked why men could not hear the celestial harmony, the Pythagoreans said, "A blacksmith is deaf to the continuous, regular beat of the hammers in his shop, so we are deaf to the music which the spheres have been sending forth from eternity." In ancient and medieval cosmology it was only the 7 spheres of the planets that were generally supposed to participate in this celestial music, but the poets have taken liberties with this idea and have given it to us in forms suiting their own fancies. Milton bids all the celestial spheres join in the heavenly melody, ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony, make up full consort to the angelic symphony. 17. Shakespeare lets every orb of the heavens send forth its note as it moves. There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdest but in his motion like an angel sings, still choiring to the young-eyed cherubins. 18. Chaucer, 2, makes all 9 spheres participate, and after that the melody heard he that cometh of thilk spers thrice 3. That well is of music and melody in this world here, and cause of harmony. 19. Only in unusual circumstances can the music of the spheres be heard by mortal ears. In the lines just quoted the celestial melody is heard during a dream or vision. In Troilus and Chrysid, after Troilus' death his spirit is borne aloft to heaven, whence he beholds the celestial orbs and hears the melody sent forth as they revolve, and there he saith, with full avicement, the erratic stars, hearken in harmony with sounds full of heavenish melody. 23. the cardinal points and the regions of the world more primitive in origin than the harmony of the spheres are references to the four elements, to the divisions of the world, and to the cardinal points or quarters of the earth. Of these, probably the most primitive is the last. The idea of four cardinal points, the before, the behind, the right and the left, later given the names north, south, east, and west, appears among peoples in their very earliest stages of civilization, and because of its great usefulness has remained and probably will remain throughout the history of the human race. Only one of Chaucer's many references to the cardinal points need be mentioned. In the Man of Law's Tale, B.491 ff., the cardinal points are first suggested by an allusion to the four spirits of tempest which were supposed to have their respective abodes in the four quarters of earth, and then specifically named in the lines following, who bade the four spirits of tempest, that power hand to Noyen land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east, a noyeth neither sea, any land, any tree. Of almost equal antiquity are ideas of the universe as a threefold world having heaven above, earth below, and a region of darkness and gloom beneath the earth. Chaucer usually speaks of the threefold world, the trine compass, as comprising heaven, earth and sea. Thus in the Knight's Tale sad smiley 21, O chaste goddess of the wodes green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is sane, queen of the regn of Pluto Dirk and low fame's palace is said to stand midway between heaven, earth and sea, her palace stand, as I shall see, right even in midst of the way betwixt heaven, earth, and sea. 22. Again in the second Enon's Tale, the name trine compass is used of the threefold world and the three regions are mentioned, that of the trine compass Lord and Judis, whom earth and sea and heaven, out of release, Aherion, 23, 4. Heaven, hell and purgatory. In medieval cosmology, ideas of heaven, hell, and purgatory, as more or less definitely located regions where the spirits of the dead were either rewarded or punished eternally, or were purged of their earthly sins in hope of future blessedness, play an important part. According to Dante's poetic conception, hell was a conical-shaped pit whose apex reached to the center of the earth. Purgatory was a mountain on the earth's surface on the summit of which was located the Garden of Eden or the earthly paradise, and heaven was a motionless region beyond space and time, the motionless sphere outside of the primum mobile, called the empyrean. Chaucer's allusions to heaven, hell and purgatory are frequent but chiefly incidental and give no such definite idea of their location as we find in the Divine Comedy. The nearest Chaucer comes to indicating the place of heaven is in the Parlement of Fowls, 55-6, where Africanus speaks of heaven and then points to the galaxy, and rightful folk shall go, after they die, to heaven, and showed him the galaxy. Chaucer describes heaven as swift and round and burning, thus to some extent departing from the conception of it usually held in his time, and right so as these philosophers writ that heaven is swift and round and eke breninge, right so was fair ere Cecily the White. 24. In using the terms swift and round, Chaucer must have been thinking of the primum mobile which, as we have seen, was thought to have a swift diurnal motion from east to west. His use of the epithet burning is in conformity with the medieval conception of the empyrean, or heaven of pure light as it is described by Dante. Chaucer does not describe the form and location of hell as definitely as does Dante, but the idea which he presents of it by incidental allusions, whether or not this was the view of it he himself held, is practically the one commonly held in his day. That hell is located somewhere within the depths of the earth is suggested in the Knight's Tale Winking Sad Smiley 25, his Felor went and sowed him down in hell, and in the Man of Law's Tale Winking Sad Smiley 26, O serpent under femininity, like to the serpent dip in hell. Why boundy in the Person's Tale hell is described as a horrible pit to which no natural light penetrates, filled with smoking flames and presided over by devils who await an opportunity to draw sinful souls to their punishment. 27. Elsewhere in the same tale the parson describes hell as a region of disorder, the only place in the world not subject to the universal laws of nature, and attributes this idea of it to Job, and Eke Scythe, that in hell is noon order of rule. And albeit so that God doth create all things in right order, and no thing without an order, but all things been ordained and numbered, yet natheless they that been dampened been no thing in order, any holden noon order. 28. The word purgatory seldom occurs in a literal sense in Chaucer's poetry, but the figurative use of it is frequent. When the wife of Bath is relating her experiences in married life, she tells us that she was her fourth husband's purgatory. 29. The old man, Ian Uri, 30, contemplating marriage, fears that he may lose hope of heaven hereafter, because he will have his heaven here on earth in the joys of wedded life. His friend Eustinus sarcastically tells him that perhaps his wife will be his purgatory, God's instrument of punishment, so that when he dies his soul will skip to heaven quicker than an arrow from the bow. To our sight, released from prison on condition that he never again enter Theseus' lands, banishment will be a worse fate than the purgatory of life imprisonment, for then even the sight of Emily will be denied him. He said, Alas, that day that I was born! Now is my prison worse than before, now is me shape eternally to dwell not in purgatory, but in hell. 31. The idea of purgatory, not as a place definitely located like Dante's Mount of Purgatory, but rather as a period of punishment and probation, is expressed in these lines from the Parliament of Fowls, 78-84. But breakers of the law, sooth to sain, and lecherous folk, after that they be deedy, shall always whirl about the thin pain, till many a world be passed, out of dread, and then, for even elhoict deedy, then shall they come unto that blissful place, to which to come and God thee send thee his grace. Chaucer uses the idea of paradise for poetical purposes quite as often as that of purgatory. He expresses the highest degree of earthly beauty or joy by comparing it with paradise. Chrysid's face is said to be like the image of paradise. 32. Again, in extolling the married life, the poet says that its virtues are such that in this world it is a paradise. 33. And later in the same tale, woman is spoken of as man's help and his comfort, his paradis terrestre and his disport. 34. When Aeneas reaches Carthage he is come to Paradis out of the swallow of hell, and thus in Iau ye remembereth him of his estate in Troy. 35. Chaucer mentions paradise several times in its literal sense as the abode of Adam and Eve before their fall. In the Monk's Tale we are told that Adam held sway over all paradise excepting one tree. 36. Again, the pardoner speaks of the expulsion of Adam and Eve from paradise, Adam our fader, and his wife also, fro Paradis to labour and to woe were driven for that vice. It is no dread, for while that Adam fasted, as I read, he was in Paradis, and when that he eat of the fruit defended on the tree, anon he was outcast to we and pain. 37. 5. The four elements. The idea of four elements, 38, has its origin in the attempts of the early Greek cosmologists to discover the ultimate principle of reality in the universe. Thales reached the conclusion that this principle was water, Anaximenes, that it was air, and Heraclitus, fire, while Parmenides supposed two elements, fire or light, subtle and rarefied, and earth or night, dense and heavy. Empedocles of Agrigentum, about 450 BC, assumed as primary elements all four, fire, air, water, and earth, of which each of his predecessors had assumed only one or two. To explain the manifold phenomena of nature he supposed them to be produced by combinations of the elements in different proportions through the attractive and repulsive forces of love and discord. This arbitrary assumption of four elements, first made by Empedocles, persisted in the popular imagination throughout the Middle Ages and is, like other cosmological ideas of antiquity, sometimes reflected in the poetry of the time. The elements in medieval cosmology were assigned to a definite region of the universe. Being mortal and imperfect, they occupied four spheres below the moon, the elemental region or region of imperfection, as distinguished from the ethereal region above the moon. Immediately within the sphere of the moon came that of fire, below this the air, then water, and lowest of all the solid sphere of earth. Fire, being the most ethereal of the elements, constantly tends to rise upward, while earth sinks towards the center of the universe. This contrast is a favorite idea with Dante, who says in the Paradiso I 112-117, "Wherefore they move to diverse ports o'er the great sea of being, and each one with instinct given it to bear it on. This beareth the fire toward the moon, this is the mover in the hearts of things that die, this doth draw the earth together and unite it." Elsewhere Dante describes the lightning as fleeing its proper place when it strikes the earth, but lightning, fleeing its proper site, ne'er darted as dost thou who art returning thither. 39. And again, so from this course sometimes departeth the creature that hath power, thus thrust, to swerve towards some other part, even as fire may be seen to dart down from the cloud, if its first rush be wrenched aside to earth by false seeming pleasure. 40. The same thought of the tendency of fire to rise and of earth to sink is found in Chaucer's translation of Beatrius sad smiley 41. Thou bindest the elements by numbers proportionables, that the fyr, that is purest, any flee not over high, Any that the heavines any drawn at a down overlow the earth is that been plunged in the waters. Chaucer does not make specific mention of the spheres of the elements, but he tells us plainly that each element has been assigned its proper region from which it may not escape, for with that fair chainy of love he bond the fire, the air, the water, and the land in certain bounds, that they may not flee. 42. The position of the elements in the universe is nevertheless made clear without specific reference to their respective spheres. The spirit of the slain Troilus ascends through the spheres to the seventh heaven, leaving behind the elements, and when that he was slain in this mania, his light ghost full blissfully is went up to the hollowness of the seventh sphere, in converse Latinge every element. 43. Every element here obviously means the sphere of each element, hollowness means concavity and inconverse means on the reverse side. The meaning of the passage is, then, that Troilus' spirit ascends to the concave side of the seventh sphere from which he can look down upon the spheres of the elements, which have their convex surfaces towards him. This passage is of particular interest for the further reason that it shows that even in Chaucer's century people still thought of the spheres as having material existence. The place and order of the elements is more definitely suggested in a passage from Boethius in which philosophical contemplation is figuratively described as an ascent of thought upward through the spheres. I have, forsooth, swift feathers that surmountain the height of heaven. When the swift thought hath clothed itself in the feathers, it despiseth the hateful earthis, and surmounteth the roundness of the great air, and it seeth the clouds behind his back, and passeth the height of the region of the fire, that is chauffeth by the swift moving of the firmament, till that he raiseth him into the houses that bear the stars, and iowineth his ways with the sonphibus, and fellowshipeth the way of the oldie cold Saturnus. 44. In this passage all the elemental regions except that of water are alluded to and in the order which, in the Middle Ages, they were supposed to follow. When in the Who's of Fame, Chaucer is borne aloft into the heavens by Jupiter's eagle, he is reminded of this passage in Boethius and alludes to it, and though thou'lt I upon Boece, that writ, a thought may flee so high, with feathers of philosophy, to pass an everk element, and when he hath so far why went, then may be seen, behind his back, cloud, and all that I have spark. 45. Empedocles, as we have seen, taught that the variety in the universe was caused by the binding together of the four elements in different proportions through the harmonizing principle of love, or by their separation through hate, the principle of discord. We find this idea also reflected in Chaucer, who obviously got it from Boethius. Love is the organizing principle of the universe. If the force of love should in any wise abate, all things would strive against each other and the universe be transformed into chaos. 46. The elements were thought to be distinguished from one another by peculiar natures or attributes. Thus the nature of fire was hot and dry, that of water cold and moist, that of air cold and dry, and that of earth hot and moist. 47. Chaucer alludes to these distinguishing attributes of the elements a number of times, as, for example, in Boethius 3, meter 9. 14 ff. thou bindest the elements by numbers proportionables, that the cold things moe in accordance with the hot things, and the dry things with the moist things. In conclusion, it should be said that all creatures occupying the elemental region or realm of imperfection below the moon were thought to have been created not directly by God but by nature as his vicar or deputy, or, in other words, by an inferior agency. Chaucer alludes to this in the Parlement of Fowls briefly thus: Nature, the vicar of Thalmity Lord, that hoot, cold, heavy, light, and moist and drayeth knit by even number of accord. 48, and more at length in the Physician's Tale. Chaucer says of the daughter of Virginius that nature had formed her of such excellence that she might have said of her creation, Lo, nature, thus can I form and paint a creature, one that me list, who can me counterfeit. Pygmalion not, though he a forge and beat, or grave, or paint, for idea are well sane, appels, zanzis, should work in vain, outher to grave or paint or forge or beat, if they presumed me to counterfeit. For he that is the former principaleth maked me his vicar general, to form and paint an earthly creature is right as me list, and eke thing in my cure is under the mun, that may wane and wax, and for my work right no thing while I ax, my lord and I ben full of un accord, I made her to the worship of my lord. 49. What is of especial interest for our purposes is found in the 5 lines of this passage beginning for he that is the former principle etc. Former principle means creator principle or the chief creator. God is the chief creator, therefore there must be other or inferior creators. Nature is a creator of inferior rank whom God has made his vicar or deputy and whose work it is to create and preside over all things beneath the sphere of the moon. For Chaucer's astronomy, Chaucer's treatment of astronomical lore in his poetry differs much from his use of it in his prose writings. In poetical allusions to heavenly phenomena, much attention to detail and a pedantic regard for accuracy would be inappropriate. References to astronomy in Chaucer's poetry are, as a rule, rather brief, specific but not technical, often purely conventional but always truly poetic. There are, indeed, occasional passages in Chaucer's poetry showing so detailed a knowledge of observational, 50, astronomy that they would seem astonishing and, to many people, out of place, in modern poetry. They were not so in Chaucer's time, when the exigencies of practical life demanded of the ordinary man a knowledge of astronomy far surpassing that possessed by most of our contemporaries. Harry Bailey in the introduction to the Man of Law's Tale determines the day of the month and hour of the day by making calculations from the observed position of the sun in the sky, and from the length of shadows, although, says Chaucer, he were not deep expert in law. 51. Such references to technical details of astronomy as we find in this passage are, however, not common in Chaucer's poetry. In his treatise on the Astrolabe, on the other hand, a professedly scientific work designed to instruct his young son Louis in those elements of astronomy and astrology that were necessary for learning the use of the astrolabe, we have sufficient evidence that he was thoroughly familiar with the technical details of the astronomical science of his day. In Chaucer's poetry, the astronomical references employed are almost wholly of two kinds: references showing the time of day or season of the year at which the events narrated are supposed to take place, and figurative allusions for purposes of illustration or comparison. Figurative uses of astronomy in Chaucer vary from simple similes as in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, where the friar's eyes are compared to twinkling stars, 52, to extended allegories like the Complaint of Mars, in which the myth of Venus and Mars is related by describing the motions of the planets Venus and Mars for a certain period during which Venus overtakes Mars. They are in conjunction, 53, for a short time, and then Venus, because of her greater apparent velocity, leaves Mars behind. One of the most magnificent astronomical figures employed by Chaucer is in the Who's of Fame. Chaucer looks up into the heavens and sees a great golden eagle near the sun, a sight so splendid that men could never have beheld its equal unless the heaven had one another sun. It was of gold, and shone so bright, that never saw men such a sight. But if the heaven had one ell new of gold another son, so shone the eagle's feathers bright, and so would downward gan hit light. 54. Besides mentioning the heavenly bodies in time references and figurative allusions, Chaucer also employs them often in descriptions of day and night, of dawn and twilight, and of the seasons. It is with a poet's joy in the warm spring sun that he writes, "Bright was the day, and blue the firmament, Phoebus of gold his streams downeth sent, to gladen every flower with his warmness." 55. And with a poet's delight in the new life and vigor that nature puts forth when spring comes, that he writes the lines, "Forgotten had the earth his poor estate of winter, that him naked made and mat, and with his sword of cold so sore graved, knoweth the person el that reloved that naked was, and clad hit new again." 56. Chaucer's astronomical allusions, then, except in the treatise on the Astrolabe and in his translation of Beatrice de Consolation Philosophiae, in which a philosophical interest in celestial phenomena is displayed, are almost invariably employed with poetic purpose. These poetical allusions to heavenly phenomena, however, together with the more technical and detailed references in Chaucer's prose works, give evidence of a rather extensive knowledge of astronomy. With all of the important observed movements of the heavenly bodies he was perfectly familiar, and it is rather remarkable how many of these he uses in his poetry without giving one the feeling that he is airing his knowledge. 1. The sun of all the heavenly bodies. The one most often mentioned and employed for poetic purposes by Chaucer is the sun. Chaucer has many epithets for the sun, but speaks of him perhaps most often in the classical manner as Phoebus or Apollo. He is called the golden-tressed Phoebus, 57, or the laurel-crowned Phoebus, 58. And when he makes Mars flee from Venus' palace he is called the candle of Illicy. 59. In the following passage Chaucer uses 3 different epithets for the sun within 2 lines: the day's honour, and the heavens ye, the night's foe, al this clepi the son, gan western fast, and downward for to rue, as he that had his day's cause whereon. 60. Sometimes Chaucer gives the sun the various accessories with which classical myth had endowed him: the 4 swift steeds, the rosy chariot and fiery torches, and Phoebus with his rosy cart soon gan after that to dress him up to fare. 61. Now am I war that Pyrrhus and those swift steeds three, which that drawen forth the son's char, athgoon some by path in despite of me. 62. Phoebus, that was comen hastily within the palace yates sturdily, with torch in hand, of which the streams bright on Venus' chamber not kidden full light. 63. Almost always when Chaucer wishes to mention the time of day at which the events he is relating take place, he does so by describing the sun's position in the sky or the direction of his motion. We can imagine that Chaucer often smiled as he did this, for he sometimes humorously apologizes for his poetical conceits and conventions by expressing his idea immediately afterwards in perfectly plain terms. Such is the case in the passage already quoted where Chaucer refers to the sun by the epithets days honour heavens ye and nights for, and then explains them by saying al this clep I the son, and in the lines, till that the bright son lost his hue, for thrice ontia threft the son his light, explained by the simple words, this is as much to see as it was night. 64. Thus it is that Chaucer's poetic references to the apparent daily motion of the sun about the earth are nearly always simply in the form of allusions to his rising and setting. Canacee in the Skier's Tale, f. 384 ff. Is said to rise at dawn, looking as bright and fresh as the spring sun risen 4 degrees from the horizon. Up riseth fresh Canacee herself, as ruddy and bright as doth the young sun, that in the ram. 65, is 4 degrees upron, noon higher was he, when she ready was. Many of these references to the rising and setting of the sun might be mentioned, if space permitted, simply for their beauty as poetry. One of the most beautiful is the following, and fyry Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the orient laugheth of the light, and with his streams drieth in the groves the silver drops, hanging on the leaves. 66. When, in the Canterbury Tales, the Manciple has finished his tale, Chaucer determines the time by observing the position of the sun and by making calculations from the length of his own shadow. By that the Manciple had his tale all ended, the sun fro the south line was descended so low, that he nas not, to my sight, degrees 29 as in height. 4 of the clock it was though, as I guess, for 11 foot, all I tell more or less, my shadow was at thilk time, as there, of switch feet as my length parted were in 6 feet equal of proportion. 67. We must not omit mention of the humorous touch with which Chaucer, in the mock-heroic tale of Chanticleer and the fox told by the nun's priest, makes even the rooster determine the time of day by observing the altitude of the sun in the sky, shown to clear, in all his pride, his 7 wives walking by his side, cast up his eyeing to the bright sun, that in the scene of Taurus had on 20 degrees and doon, and somewhat more, and knew by kindy, and by noon other law, that it was prime, and crew with blissful Stephen. The sun he said, is clommen up on heaven 40 degrees and doon, and more, why wis. 68. Moreover, this remarkable rooster observed that the sun had passed the 21st degree in Taurus, and we are told elsewhere that he knew each ascension of the equinoctial and crew at each, that is, he crew every hour, as 15 degrees of the equinoctial correspond to an hour, well sicker was his crowing in his log, than is a clock, or an abbey or log. By nature knew he Eccensioin, 69, of th equinoxial in Thilk town, for 1 degrees 5 were ascended, than crew he, that it might not ben amended. 70. Chaucer announces the approach of evening by describing the position and appearance of the sun more often than any other time of the day. In the Legend of Good Women he speaks of the sun's leaving the south point, 71, of his daily course and approaching the west, one that the sun out of the south gan west, 72, and again of his westward motion in the lines, and one that hit his eve, Irene Blythe, as soon as ever the sun ginneth west, 73. Elsewhere Chaucer refers to the setting of the sun by saying that he has completed his arc divine and may no longer remain on the horizon, 74, or by saying that the horizon has bereft the sun of his light. 75. Chaucer's references to the daily motion of the sun about the earth are apt to sound to us like purely poetical figures. So accustomed are we to refer to the sun, what we know to be the earth's rotatory motion, by speaking of his apparent daily motion thus figuratively as if it were real. Chaucer's manner of describing the revolution of the heavenly bodies about the earth and his application of poetic epithets to them are figurative. But the motion itself was meant literally and was believed in by the men of his century, because only the geocentric system of astronomy was then known. If Chaucer had been in advance of his century in this respect, there would certainly be some hint of the fact in his writings. References in Chaucer to the sun's yearly motion are in the same sense literal. The apparent motion of the sun along the ecliptic, 76, which we know to be caused by the Earth's yearly motion in an elliptical orbit around the sun, was then believed to be an actual movement of the sun carried along by his revolving sphere. Like the references to the sun's daily movements, those that mention his yearly motion along the ecliptic are also usually time references. The season of the year is indicated by defining the sun's position among the signs of the zodiac. The Canterbury pilgrims set out on their journey in April when the yong sonneth in the ram his half-course Wyron. 77. In describing the month of May, Chaucer does not fail to mention the sun's position in the zodiac, in May, that moda is of months glade, that fresh flowers, blue, and white, and reed, ben quike again, that winter dd made, and full of balm is flitinge every mead, one Phoebus doth his bright beams spread right in the white bowl. It so bitty as I shall singe, on May's day the thrid, 78, etc. The effect of the sun's declination in causing change of seasons, 79, is mentioned a number of times in Chaucer's poetry. The poet makes a general reference to the fact in a passage of exquisite beauty from Troilus and Chrysid, where he says that the sun has thrice returned to his lofty position in the sky and melted away the snows of winter. The golden-tressed Phoebus high on loft thrice had with his bimschen the snows mold, and Zephyrus as oft why brought in the tender leaves green. Sin that the son of Ecuba the Cune began to love her first, for whom his sore wear was that she depart should day. More wear. 80. More interesting astronomically but of less interest as poetry is his reference to the sun's declination and its effect on the seasons in the Frankelin's tale, because here Chaucer uses the word declination and states that it is the cause of the seasons. The reference is the beginning of Aurelius' prayer to Apollo, or the sun, Apollo, god and governor of every plant, herb, tree and flower, that yevist, after thy declination, to eke of hem his time and his season, as thyn herba were shown jeth low or high. 81. Once again in the Frankelin's tale Chaucer refers to the sun's declination and the passage of the seasons, Phoebus wex old, and hued like Laytown. 82. That in his hot declination shone as the burned gold with streams bright, but now in Capricorn down he light, whereas he shone full pale, idar well sane. 83. Chaucer is here contrasting the sun's appearance in summer and winter. In his hot declination, his greatest northward declination in Cancer, about the 21st of June, he shines as burnished gold, but when he reaches Capricornus, his greatest southward declination, about the 21st of December, he appears old and has a dull coppery color, no longer that of brilliant gold. To the moon. From those references to the moon that occur in Chaucer's poetry alone, it would be impossible to determine just how much he knew of the peculiarities of her apparent movements, for he alludes to the moon's motion and positions much less frequently and with much less detail than to those of the sun. But a passage in the prologue to the Astrolabe leaves it without doubt that Chaucer was quite familiar with lunar phenomena. In stating what the treatise is to contain, he says of the fourth part, the which fourth party in special shall shewen a table of the moving of the mun from hour to hour, every day and in every scena, after thyn almanac, upon which table there are full with a canon, sufficient to teach as well the manner of the working of that same conclusion, as to now in our horizonte with which degree of the zodiac that the mun ariseth in any latitude. 84. As a matter of fact the treatise as first contemplated by Chaucer was never finished, only the first two parts were written. But Chaucer would scarcely have written thus definitely of his plan for the fourth part of the work unless he had had fairly complete knowledge of the phenomena connected with the moon's movements. The moon, in Chaucer's imagination, must have occupied rather an insignificant position among the heavenly bodies as far as appealing to his sense of beauty was concerned, for we find in his poetry no descriptions of her appearance that can compare with his descriptions of the sun or even of the stars. He speaks of moon race in the most general way, hit fill, upon a night, when that the mun upreast had her light, this noble qun to her rest went. 85. He applies to her only a few epithets, the most eulogistic of which is Lucina the Shun. 86. In comparing the sun with the other heavenly bodies the poet mentions the moon among the rest without distinction, as inferior to the sun, for idea swere, without doubt, that as the summer's sun bright is fairer, cleared, and doth more light than any planet, is, in heaven, the mun, or the stars 7, for all the world, so had she surmounted hem all of beauty etc. 87. On the other hand, the stars are elsewhere said to be like small candles in comparison with the moon, and clear as is the moonlight, a Jane whom all the stars seemen but small candles, as we demon. 88. Whenever Chaucer mentions the moon's position in the heavens, he does so by reference to the signs of the zodiac. 89. And, as in the case of the sun, usually with the purpose of showing time. In the Merchant's Tale he expresses the passage of 4 days thus: the month that, at noon, was, thilk day that Ian Uriath wedded fresh May, in 2 of Tor, was into Cancrugladen, so longeth my us in her chamber biden. 90. And a few lines further on he states the fact explicitly: the 4th day complete fro noon to noon, when that the high mass was widoon, in Halley sit this Ian Uri, and May as fresh as is the bright summer's day. 91. When Chrysid leaves Troilus to go to the Greek army, she promises to return to Troy within the time that it will take the moon to pass from Aries through Leo, that is, within 10 days, and trusteth this, that Certes, hurt sweat, Phoebus' sister, Eleucina the Shan, the Leon pass out of this riot, I will ben here, without any win. Iman, as help me I know, heaven's cune, the 10th day, but if that deeth me assail, I will yow seen, without any fail. 92. But while the moon is quickly traversing the part of her course from Aries to Leo, Chrysid, pressed by Diomed, is changing her mind about returning to Troy, and by the appointed 10th day has decided to remain with the Greeks, and Cynthia, 93, her charhors overwrought to whirl out of the Leon, if she might, and Signifer, 94, his candles showed bright, when that Chrysid to her bed went in with her father's fair bright tent, and thus began to breed the cause why, the sooth for to tell, that she took fully purpose for to dwell. 95. The passage of time is also indicated in Chaucer's poetry by reference to the recurrence of the moon's phases. In the Legend of Good Women, Phyllis writes to the false Demophon saying that the moon has passed through its phases 4 times since he went away, and thrice since the time he promised to return. Your anchor, which ye in our haven lid, height us, that ye wold comen, out of doubt, or that the mun once went about. But Tim's for the moneth hid her face sin thilk day ye went fro this place, and for Tim's light the world again. 96. Chaucer refers more often to the phases of the moon than to any other lunar phenomenon, but most of these references to her phases are used for the sake of comparison or illustration and give us little idea of the extent of Chaucer's knowledge. Mars in his complaint says that the lovereth after woe then changed is the man. 97. The rumours in the house of fame are given times of waxing and waning like the moon. Thus out at holes gone ringe every tiding straight to fame, and she gan yeven esh his name, after her disposition, and yaf hem eke duration, some to wex and wane sown, as doth the fair white man, and leet hemgan. 98. Chaucer briefly describes the crescent moon by calling her the bent mun with her horns pale. 99. In Troilus' prayer to the moon, the line I saw thyn horns old eke by the more wet, 100, is practically the only one in which Chaucer gives any hint of the times at which the moon in her various phases may be seen. The phase of the new moon when the moon is in conjunction with the sun, i.e., between the earth and the sun, so that we cannot see the illuminated hemisphere of the moon, is mentioned in the same poem, right sown upon the shonging of the mun, when littles is the world a night or twain. 101. There is a very definite description of 3 of the moon's phases in the following passage from Beethius Sad Smiley 102, so that the mun som time shining with her full horns, meeting with the beams of the sun her brother, hideth the stars that ben less, and som time, when the mun, pale with her dark horns, approacheth the sun, leaseth her lights. The moon shining with her full horns means with her horns filled up as at full moon when she is in a position opposite both earth and sun, so that she reflects upon the earth all the rays of the sun. The moon with dark horns refers of course to the waning moon, a thin crescent near the sun and almost obscured in his light, which approaching nearer the sun is entirely lost to our view in his rays and becomes the new moon. Chaucer's most interesting references to the moon are found in the prayer of Aurelius to the sun in the Frankelin's tale. Dorigen has jestingly promised to have pity on Aurelius as soon as he shall remove all the rocks from along the coast of Brittany, and Aurelius prays to the sun, or Apollo, to help him by enlisting the aid of the moon, in accomplishing this feat. The sun's sister, Eleusina, or the moon, is chief goddess of the sea. Just as she desires to follow the sun and be quickened and illuminated by him, so the sea desires to follow her, your blissful sister, Eleusina the Shun, that of the sea is chief goddess and queen. Though Neptunus have deity in the sea, yet empress above and him is she, ye know and well, Lord, that right as her desire is to be quiet and lightened of your fyr, for which she folweth you full busily, right so the sea desireth naturally to folwen her, as she that is goddess both in the sea and rivers more and less. 103. In calling Eleusina chief goddess of the sea and speaking of the sea's desire to follow her, Chaucer is, of course, alluding to the moon's effect upon the tides, and in the line, is to be quiet and lightened of your fyr. The reference is to the fact that the moon derives her light from the sun. Instead of leaving it to the sun god to find a way of removing the rocks for him, Aurelius proceeds to give explicit instructions as to how this may be accomplished. As the highest tides occur when the moon is in opposition or in conjunction with the sun, if the moon could only be kept in either of these positions with regard to the sun for a long enough time, so great a flood would be produced, Aurelius thinks, that the rocks would be washed away. So he prays Phoebus to induce the moon to slacken her speed at her next opposition in Leo and for 2 years to traverse her sphere with the same, apparent, velocity as that of the sun, thus remaining in opposition with him. Wherefore, Lord Phoebus, this is my request, do this miracle, or do myn hurt breast, that now, next at this opposition, which in the scene shall be of the lion, as prayeth her so great a flood to bringe, that fiv fadm at the least it overspringe the highest rock in Armoric Britain, and let this flood endure yours twain. Pray her she go no faster cause than ye, I see, prayeth your sister that she go no faster cause than ye thys yours too. Then shall she be even at full alway, and spring flood last both night and day. 104. References to eclipses of the moon occur seldom in Chaucer. In the second part of the Romaunt of the Rose, which is included in complete editions of Chaucer's works but which he almost certainly did not write, there is a description of a lunar eclipse and of its causes. Fickleness in love is compared to an eclipse, for it shall shone wonder sown, and take eclipse right as the moon, when she is from us, why, let the girth, that betwixt is set the sun and her, as it may falle, be it in party, or in earl, the shadow maketh her bemismirk, and her horns to shew dirk, that part where she hath lost her lyght of Phoebus fully, and the sight, till, when the shadow is overpast, she is enlumined again as fast, the brightness of the sunbeams that yeveth to her again her limbs. 105. This passage is so clear that it needs no explanation. An eclipse of the moon, since it is caused by the passing of the moon into the shadow of the earth, can only take place when the moon is full, that is, in opposition to the sun. This fact is suggested in a reference in Boethius to a lunar eclipse. The horns of the full moon waxen pale and infect by the bounds of the dark night. 106. In the next lines Chaucer mentions the fact that the stars which are lost to sight in the bright rays of the full moon become visible during an eclipse, and the moon, dark and confuse, discovereth the stars that she had covered by her clear visage. 107. 3. The planets. All the planets that are easily visible to the unaided eye were known in Chaucer's time and are mentioned in his writings, some of them many times. These planets are Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. According to the Ptolemaic system, which as we have seen, held sway in the world of learning during Chaucer's century, the sun and moon were also held to be planets, and all were supposed to revolve around the earth in concentric rings, the moon being nearest the earth, and the sun between Venus and Mars. The circular orbit of each planet was called its deferent, and upon the deferent moved, not the planet itself, but an imaginary planet, represented by a point. The real planet moved upon a smaller circle called the epicycle, whose center was the moving point representing the imaginary planet. The deferent of each planet was supposed to be traced as a great circle upon a transparent separate crystal sphere, and all of the crystal spheres revolved once a day around an axis passing through the poles of the heavens. As the sun and moon did not show the same irregularities, 108, of motion as the planets, Ptolemy supposed these two bodies to have deferents but no epicycles. Later investigators complicated the system by adding further secondary imaginary planets, revolving in Ptolemy's epicycles and with the actual planets attached to additional corresponding epicycles. They even supposed the moon to have one, perhaps two epicycles, and we shall find this notion reflected in Chaucer. The eighth sphere had neither deferent nor epicycle, but to it were attached the fixed stars. This sphere, as we have seen earlier, revolved slowly from west to east to account for the precession of the equinoxes, while a ninth sphere, the primum mobile, imparted to all the inner spheres their diurnal motion from east to west. Chaucer's poetical references to the planets, as we have found to be true in the case of the sun and moon, do not give us satisfactory evidence of the extent of his knowledge, but occasional passages from his prose works again throw light on these allusions. Chaucer refers to the planets in general as the 7 stars as, for instance, in the lines, "And with her heed she touched heaven, there as shinen stars 7. 109, and to have mo flowres, switch 7 as in the welkin stars be. 110. Chaucer was undoubtedly familiar with the irregularities of the planetary movements, and with the theory of epicycles by which these irregular movements were in his day explained, although it is not from his poetry that we can learn the fact. He uses the word epicycle only once in all his works. In the Astrolabe, when comparing the moon's motion with that of the other planets, he says, "Forsothly, the moon moveth the contrary from other planets as in her epicycle, but in none other manner." 111. In the Astrolabe, 112, Chaucer explains a method of determining whether a planet's motion is retrograde or direct. 113. The altitude of the planet and of any fixed star is taken, and several nights later, at the time when the fixed star has the same altitude as at the previous observation, the planet's altitude is again observed. If the planet is on the right or east side of the meridian, and its second altitude is less than its first, then the planet's motion is direct. If the planet is on the left or west side of the meridian, and has a smaller altitude at the second observation than at the first, then the planet's motion is retrograde. If the planet is on the east side of the meridional line when its altitude is taken and the second altitude is greater than the first, it is retrograde, and if it is on the west side and its second altitude is greater, it is direct. This method would be correct were it not that a change in the planet's declination or angular distance from the celestial equator might render the conclusions incorrect. Chaucer mentions the irregularity of planetary movements in Beatrice also when he says, "And which star in heaven useth wandering recourses, why flit by diverse speres." 114. The expression "why flit by diverse speres" may have reference only to the one motion of the planets, that is, their motion concentric to the starsphere, or it may be used to include also their epicyclic motion. Skeat interprets the expression in the former way, but the context, it seems, would justify interpreting the words diverse speres as meaning the various spheres of the planets together with their epicycles, i.e., both deferents and epicycles. Of all the planets, that most often mentioned by Chaucer is Venus, partly, no doubt, because of her greater brilliance, but probably in the main because of her greater astrological importance, for few of Chaucer's references to Venus, or to any other planet, indeed, are without astrological significance. Chaucer refers to Venus, in the classical manner, as Hesperus when she appears as evening, 115. Star, and as Lucifer when she is seen as the morning star, and that the eve star Hesperus, which that in the first time of the night bringeth forth her cold arisinges, cometh efti in her used cause, and is pale by the morwell at the rising of the sun, and is thern clept Lucifer. 116. Her appearance as morning star is again mentioned in the same work, And after that Lucifer the day stareth chaste o'er the dark night, the day the fairy reeledeth the rose in halls of the sun. 117, and in Troilus and Chrysid where it is said that Lucifer, the day's messenger, gan for to ris, and out her beams throw. 118, elsewhere in the same poem her appearance as evening star is mentioned, but she is not this time called Hesperus, the bright Venus full weed and day taught the abroad Phoebus down a light. 119, occasionally Venus is called Cythera, from the island near which Greek myth represented her as having arisen from the sea. Thus in the Knight's Tale, he rues, to wenden on his pilgrimage to the blissful Cytherea benign, Imen Venus, honourable and dign. 120, and in the Parliament of Fowls, Cytherea, thou blissful lady sweat. 121, the relative positions of the different planets in the heavens is suggested by allusions to the different sizes of their spheres and to their different velocities. In the complaint of Mars, the comparative sizes and velocities of the spheres of Mercury, Venus and Mars are made the basis for most of the action of the poem. The greater the sphere or orbit of a planet, the slower is its apparent motion. Thus Mars in his large sphere moves about half as fast as Venus, and in the poem it is planned that when Mars reaches the next palace, 122, of Venus, he shall by virtue of his slower motion, wait for her to overtake him, that Mars shall enter, as fast as he may glide, into her necked palace, to abide, walking his course till she had him a take, and he prayed her to haste her for his Sake. 123, Venus in compassion for his solitude hastens to overtake her knight, she hath so great compassion of her knight, that dwelleth in solitude till she come. Wherefore she speed her as fast in her way, almost in noonday, as he died in tway. 124, when Phoebus comes into the palace with his fiery torch, Mars will not flee and cannot hide, so he girds himself with sword and armor and bids Venus flee. Phoebus, who in Chaucer's time was regarded as the fourth planet, can overtake Mars but not Venus because his sphere is between theirs and his motion is consequently slower than that of Venus but faster than that of Mars. Flee wold he not, any might himselven hide. He throweth on his helm of huge white, and girt him with his sword, and in his hand his mighty spere, as he was wont to fight. He shaketh so that almost it to one d, full heavy he was to walken over land, he may not hold with Venus company, but bade her fleen, lest Phoebus her espy. O woeful Mars, alas, what mayst thou sayn, that in the palace of thy disturbance art left behind, in peril to be slain? That thou near swift, well mayst thou weep and crying. 125, in spite of his sorrow, Mars patiently continues to follow Venus, lamenting as he goes that his sphere is so large, he passeth but austere in days too, but natheless, for all his heavy armor, he followeth her that is his life's cure winking sad smiley. 126. After he walketh softly apace, complaining, that hit pight was to hear. He said, O lady bright, Venus, alas, that ever so wide a compass is my spere. Alas, When shall I meet you, hurt dear, etc. 127. Meanwhile Venus has passed on to Mercury's palace, where he soon overtakes her and receives her as his friend sad smiley. 128. Hit happed for to be, that, while that Venus weeping made her man, Silanius, ridding in his chevauche, fro Venus valence might his pales see, and Venus he salueth, and maketh chere, and her receiveth as his friend full dear. 129. Mercury's palace was the sign Gemini and Venus valence, probably meaning her detrimentum, or the sign opposite her palace, was Aries. Chevauche means an equestrian journey or ride, and is here used in the sense of swift course. The passage, then, simply refers to the swift motion by which in a very short time Mercury passes from Aries to a position near enough to that of Venus in Gemini so that he can see her and give her welcome. Mercury's sphere being the smallest of the planets, his motion is also the swiftest. The size of Jupiter's orbit is not mentioned in Chaucer, and that of Saturn's only once. In the Knight's Tale Saturn, addressing Venus, speaks of the great distance that he traverses with his revolving sphere, but does not compare the size of his sphere with those of the other planets. My dear daughter Venus quod Saturn, my cause, that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than what any man. 130. Besides the reference in the complaint of Mars to the conjunction of Venus and Mars, 131, there are occasional references in Chaucer to conjunctions of other planets. In the Astrolabe, 132, Chaucer explains a method of determining in what position in the heavens a conjunction of the Sun and Moon takes place, when the time of the conjunction is known. A conjunction of the Moon with Saturn and Jupiter is mentioned in Troilus and Chrysid, in the lines, "The bent Moon with her horns pale, Saturn, and Iove, in cancro iau and were." 133, 4. The galaxy or Milky Way, which stretches across the heavens like a broad band whitish in color caused by closely crowded stars, has appealed to men's imagination since very early times. Its resemblance to a road or street has been suggested in the names given to it by many peoples. Ovid called it Via Lactea, and the Roman peasants, Strada di Roma, pilgrims to Spain, referred to it as the road to Santiago. Dante refers to it as the White Circle, commonly called St. Janus's Way, 134, and the English had two names for it, Walsingham Way and Watling Street. Chaucer twice mentions the galaxy, once in the Parlement of Fowls, where Africanus shows Scipio the location of heaven by pointing to the galaxy, and rightful folk shall go, after they die, to heaven, and showed him the galaxy. 135. In the Who's of Fame, the golden eagle who bears Chaucer through the heavens toward Fame's palace, points out to him the galaxy and then relates the myth of Phaeton driving the chariot of the sun, a story traditionally associated with the Milky Way. Now quod he though, cast up thyn see yonder, lo, the galaxy, which men clepeth the Milky Way, for it is whyt, and som, parfait, callen hit Watling Street, that once was vibrant with het, when the son's sown, the reed, that height. Phaeton, wold led Algot his fader cart, and Jai. The cart horse gone well espy that he any could no governance, and gone for to lep and lance, and biren him now up, now down, till that he saw the scorpion, which that in heaven Asena is yet. And he, for ferd, lost his wit, of that, and lest the reins goon of his horse, and they anoon gone up to mount, and down descendi till both the and earth brendi, till Jupiter, lo, at last, him slow, and fro the cart cast. 136. In narrating this story here, Chaucer may have been imitating Dante, who refers to the myth in the Divine Comedy, what time abandoned Phaeton the reins, whereby the heavens, as still appears, were scorched, 137, and states its source and the use made of it by some philosophers in the Convivio, for the Pythagoreans affirmed that the sun at one time wandered in its course, and in passing through other regions not suited to sustain its heat, set on fire the place through which it passed. And so these traces of the conflagration remain there. And I believe that they were influenced by the fable of Phaeton, which Ovid tells at the beginning of the second book of the Metamorphoses. 138. The astrological law in Chaucer astrology, though resembling a science in that it makes use of observation and seeks to establish laws governing its data, is in reality a faith or creed. It had its beginning, so tradition tells us, in the faith of the ancient Babylonians in certain astral deities who exerted an influence upon terrestrial events and human life. The basis of this faith was not altogether illogical but contained a germ of truth. Of all the heavenly bodies, the sun exerted the most obvious effect upon the earth. The sun brought day and night, summer and winter. His rays lured growing things from Mother Earth and so gave sustenance to mankind. But to the ancient peoples of the Orient the sun was also often a baneful power. He could destroy as well as give life. Therefore, the ancients came to look upon the sun as a great and powerful god to be worshipped and propitiated by men. And if the sun was such a power, it was natural to believe that all the other bright orbs of the sky were lesser divinities who exercised more limited powers on the earth. From this beginning, based, as we have seen, on a germ of fact, by the power of his imagination and credulity, man extended more and more the powers of these sidereal divinities, attributing to their volition and influence all the most insignificant as well as the most important terrestrial events. And if the heavenly bodies, by revolving about the earth in ceaseless harmony, effected the recurrence of day and night and of the seasons, and if their configurations were responsible for the minutest events in nature, was it not natural to suppose that, besides affecting man thus indirectly, they also influenced him directly and were responsible for his conduct and for the very qualities of his mind and soul? Perhaps the astonishing variety of the influences that the celestial bodies, from ancient until modern times, were supposed to exercise over the world and the life of mankind can be accounted for by imagining some such process of thought to have been involved in the beginnings of astrology. It was but a step from faith in stellar influence on our earth to the belief that, as the heavenly movements were governed by immutable laws, so their influence upon the world would follow certain laws and its effects in the future could be determined as certainly as could the coming revolutions and conjunctions of the stars. Out of this twofold belief was evolved a complex system of divination, the origin of which was forgotten as men, believing in it, invented reasons for believing, pretending that their faith was founded on a long series of observations. The Chaldeans believed that in discovering the unceasing regularity of the celestial motions, they had found the very laws of life, and they built upon this conviction a mass of absolutely rigid dogmas. But when experience belied these dogmas, unable to realize the falsity of their presuppositions and to give up their faith in the divine stars, the astrologers invented new dogmas to explain the old ones, thus piling up a body of complicated and often contradictory doctrines that will ever be to the student a source of perplexity and astonishment. On its philosophical side, astrology was a system of astral theology developed, not by popular thought, but through the careful observations and speculations of learned priests and scholars. It was a purely Eastern science which came into being on the Chaldean plains and in the Nile Valley. As far as we know, it was entirely unknown to any of the primitive Aryan races, from Hindustan to Scandinavia. Astrology as a system of divination never gained a foothold in Greece during the brightest period of her intellectual life. But the dogma of astral divinity was zealously maintained by the greatest of Greek philosophers. Plato, the great idealist, whose influence upon the theology of the ancient and even of the modern world was more profound than that of any other thinker, called the stars visible gods, ranking them just below the supreme eternal being, and to Plato these celestial gods were infinitely superior to the anthropomorphic gods of the popular religion, who resembled men in their passions and were superior to them only in beauty of form and in power. Aristotle defended with no less zeal the doctrine of the divinity of the stars, seeing in them eternal substances, principles of movement, and therefore divine beings. In the Hellenistic period, Zeno, the Stoic, and his followers proclaimed the supremacy of the sidereal divinities even more strongly than the schools of Plato and Aristotle had done. The Stoics conceived the world as a great organism whose sympathetic forces constantly interacted upon one another, governed by reason, which was of the essence of ethereal fire, the primordial substance of the universe. To the stars, the purest manifestation of the power of this ethereal substance, were attributed the greatest influence and the loftiest divine qualities. The Stoics developed the doctrine of fatalism, which is the inevitable outcome of faith in stellar influence on human life, to its consequences. Yet they proved by facts that fatalism is not incompatible with active and virtuous living. By the end of the Roman imperial period, astrology had transformed paganism, replacing the old society of immortals who were scarcely superior to mortals, except in being exempted from old age and death, by faith in the eternal beings who ran their course in perfect harmony throughout the ages, whose power, regulated by the unvarying celestial motions, extended over all the earth and determined the destiny of the whole human race. Astrology, as a science and a system of divination, exerted a profound influence over the medieval mind. No court was without its practicing astrologer, and the universities all had their professors of astrology. The practice of astrology was an essential part of the physician's profession, and before prescribing for a patient it was thought quite as important to determine the positions of the planets as the nature of the disease. 139. Interesting evidence of this fact is found in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, where Chaucer speaks of the doctor's knowledge and use of astrology as if it were his chief excellence as a physician. In all this world any was there known him like to speak of physic and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal in hours, by his magic naturel. Well could he fortune in the ascendant of his images for his patient. 140. Yet in spite of the esteem in which astrological divination was held by most people in the Middle Ages, Dante, the greatest exponent of the thought and learning of that period, shows practically no knowledge of the technical and practical side of astrology. When he refers to the specific effects of the planets, it is only to those most familiarly known, and he nowhere uses such technical terms as houses or aspects of planets. But Dante, like the great philosophers of the earlier periods, was undoubtedly influenced by the philosophical doctrines of astrology, and a general belief in the influence of the celestial spheres upon human life was deeply rooted in his mind. To him the ceaseless and harmonious movements of the celestial bodies were the manifestations and instruments of God's providence, and were ordained by the first mover to govern the destinies of the earth and human life. We can see this conviction of Dante's with perfect certainty when we read the Divina Commedia. For Dante's poetry is highly subjective. On every page his own personal thoughts and feelings are revealed quite openly. Chaucer's poetry, on the other hand, is objective. He tells us almost nothing directly about himself, and what we learn of him in his writings is almost entirely by inference. Chaucer's frequent use of astrology in his poetry would make it hard to believe that he was not considerably influenced by its philosophical aspects, at least in the general way that Dante was. Part and parcel of the dramatic action in most of his poems is the idea of stellar influences. Yet we cannot assert, with the same assurance that we can say it of Dante, that Chaucer believed, even in a general way, in the influence of the stars on human life. In Dante's poetry, as we have said, the poet himself is always before us. Chaucer, with Socratic irony, always makes it plain to the reader that his attitude is purely objective, that he is only the narrator of what he has seen or dreamed, only the copyist of another's story. Even when Chaucer makes himself one of the protagonists, as in the Who's of Fame and the Canterbury Tales, it is only that his narrative may be the more convincing. He tells a story and makes its protagonists actually live before us, as individual men and women. It is possible to imagine all of his use of astrology in his poetry not as the reflection of his own faith in its cosmic philosophy, but the expression of his genius for understanding people and truthfully describing life and character. Considerable discussion as to Chaucer's attitude towards astrology has been called forth by passages in which he speaks in words of scorn with regard to some of the practices and magic arts that were often used in connection with astrology. In the Astrolabe, after describing somewhat at length the favorable and unfavorable positions of planets, he says, "Nathiels, thys ben observance of judicial martyr and rites of paeans, in which my spirit ennieth no faith, any no knowing of her horoscapum." 141. Again in the Franklin's Tale he speaks in a similar disdainful tone of astrological magic. He him remembered that, upon a day, at Orleans in study a book he say of magic naturelle, which his fellow, that was that time a bachelor of law, al were hither to learn another craft, had privily upon his desk while aft, which book spark muchel of the operations, touching the 28 mansions that longen to the man, and switch folly, as in our days is not worth a fly, for holy chickies. Faith in our bylev any suffreth noon illusion us to grove. 142, and elsewhere in the same tale he writes, "So at last heeth his time why found he to maken his earpays and his rexedness of switch a superstitious cursedness." 143. Here follows a long description of the clerk's instruments and astrological observances, ending in the lines "for switch illusions and switch meschaunces as heathen folk used in thilke days, for which no lenger maked he delays, but third his magic, for a week or tway, it seemed that all the rock keys were away." 144. On the strength of these passages Professor T. R. Lounsbury, 145, holds that Chaucer was far ahead of most of his contemporaries in his attitude toward the superstitious practices connected with the astrology of his day, that his attitude toward judicial astrology was one of total disbelief and scorn, and he even goes so far as to say that Chaucer was guilty of a breach of artistic workmanship in expressing his disbelief so scornfully in a tale in which the very climax of the dramatic action depends upon a feat of astrological magic. A more satisfactory interpretation of the passages quoted above is advanced by Professor J. S. P. Tatlock, 146, who shows that Chaucer has taken great pains to place the setting of the Franklin's Tale in ancient times, and that he, in common with most of the educated men of his day, disapproved of the practices, except sometimes when employed for good purposes, as, e.g. in the physician's profession, and the practitioners of judicial astrology in his own day, but thought of the feats and observances of astrological magic as having been possible and efficacious in ancient times. According to this view, Chaucer's attitude was one of disapproval rather than disbelief, and his disapproval was not for the general theory of astrology, but for the shady observances and quackery connected with its application to the problems of life in his time. It is to be noted, further, that wherever Chaucer speaks in the strongest terms against astrological observances, he also uses religious language. This fact may point to a wise caution on his part lest his evident interest in astrology, which was closely associated with magic, and hence, indirectly, with sorcery, might involve him in difficulties with Mother Church, and, as Professor Tatlock has pointed out, there is no reason to suppose that Chaucer's religious expressions in these passages are insincere. The Franklin's Tale falls in the group of tales called by Professor Kittredge the marriage group, 147, that in which the wife of Bath is the most conspicuous figure. The wife of Bath's tale had aroused a rather heated controversy among a number of the Canterbury pilgrims on the subject of the respective duties and relations of wives and husbands. If the critics have been right in placing the Franklin's Tale where they do, it was Chaucer's purpose to have the Franklin soothe the ruffled feelings of certain members of the party by telling a tale in which a husband, and wife, a squire, and a clerk, all prove themselves capable of truly generous behavior. If the tale was to accomplish its purpose, the clerk must accomplish his magic feat of removing the rocks from the coast of Brittany, and must in the end generously refuse to accept pay from the squire when he learned that the latter had been too magnanimous to profit from his services. By setting the tale in pagan times, Chaucer was able to express the scorn he felt for certain superstitious practices in his own time without debasing one of his chief characters, one of the three rivals in magnanimity, and so spoiling the noble temper of the story and entirely defeating its purpose. Thus the astrological passages in the Franklin's Tale do not suggest total disbelief in astrology on Chaucer's part, and much less do they show him to have been lacking in true artistic sense. Probably his attitude toward astrology was about this: he was very much interested in it, perhaps in much the same way that Dante was, because of the philosophical ideas at the basis of astrology and out of curiosity as to the problems of free will, providence, and so on, that naturally arose from it. For the shady practices and quackery connected with its use in his own day he had nothing but scorn. But while Chaucer was at one with the educated men of his century in his attitude toward astrology, and with them had a strong distaste for certain aspects of judicial astrology, nevertheless he made wide use of the greater faith of the majority of people of his time in portraying character in his poetry. For men's ideas and beliefs constitute a very important part of their character, and Chaucer knew this very well. Men believed that whatever happened to them, whether fortunate or unfortunate, could in some way be traced to the influence of the stars, the agents and instruments of destiny. The configuration of the heavens at the moment of one's birth was considered especially important, since the positions and interrelations of the different celestial bodies at this time could determine the most momentous events of one's life. Now the nature of the influence exerted by the different stars, especially the planets and zodiacal constellations, varied greatly. Mars and Venus, for instance, bestowed vastly different qualities upon the soul that was coming into being. Moreover, the power exerted by a planet or constellation fluctuated considerably according to its position. Each planet had in the zodiac a position of greatest and a position of least power called its exaltation and depression. Furthermore, the aspect or angular distance of one planet from another altered its influence in various ways. If Mars and Jupiter, for instance, were in trine or sextile aspect, the portent was favorable; if in opposition, it was unfavorable. 148. These ideas are frequently expressed in Chaucer, when the characters seek to understand their misfortunes or to justify their conduct by tracing them back to the determinations of the heavens at their birth. When Palamon and Arcite have been thrown into prison, the latter pleads with his companion to have patience. This misfortune was fixed upon them at the time of their birth by the disposition of the planets and constellations, and complaining is of no avail, for God's love, tackle in patience our prison, for it may none other be, fortuneth given us this adversity. Som weak aspect or disposition of Saturn, by some constellation hath given us this, although we had it sworn, so stood the heaven when that we were born, we most endure it. This is the short and plain. 149. In the Man of Law's tale, the effect of the stars at the time of a man's nativity is discussed somewhat at length. The man of law predicts the fate of the Sultan by saying that the destiny written in the stars had perhaps allotted to him death through love. Paraventure in thilg large book which that men clep the heaven, why written was with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should han his death, alas. For in the stars, cleared than is glass, is written, God wot, whoso could it read, the death of every man, without end read. 150. Then he mentions the names of various ancient heroes whose death, he says, was written in the stars ere they were born in stars. Many a winter there beforehand was written the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Iulius, ere they were born, the stryf of the bees, and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates the death. But men's wits been so dull, that no wight can well read it at full. 151. When Chrysid learns that she is to be sent to the Greeks in exchange for Antenor, she attributes her misfortune to the stars. Alas, quod she, out of this region I, woeful wretched and infortuned wight, and born in caused constellation, Mogoon, and thus departen fro my night. 152. In the legend of good women we are told that Hypermnestra was born to all good things or qualities, and then the various influences of the particular planets upon her destiny are mentioned, the which child of her nativity, to Algotheus born was she, as liked to the gods, or she was born, that of the Shefe she should be the corn. The words, that we clepen destiny, hath shapen her that she moneds be pitus, sadi, wis, and true as steel, and to this woman hit a cordeth wheel. For, though that Venus yaff her great beauty, with Jupiter compound, so was she that conscience, troth, and dread of shame, and of her wifehood for to keep her name, this, doubt her, was felicity as here. And read Mars was, that time of the year, so feeble, that his malice is him raft, represseth Venus his cruel craft, what with Venus and other oppression of houses, Mars his venom is adown, that Hypermnestra are not handle aknyf in malice, thig she should less her lyf. But Nathiels, as heaven gan though turn, to bady aspects hath she of Saturn, that made her for to dien in prison, as I shall after make mention. 153. The purpose of this astrological passage is plainly to show why Hypermnestra was doomed to die in prison. The qualities given her by the planets, as shown by her horoscope, were such that she was unable to violate a wife's duty and kill her husband in order to save her own life. 154. Venus gave her great beauty and was also influential in repressing the influence of Mars, who would have given her fighting qualities if his influence had been strong. The myth of the amour between Venus and Mars, which Chaucer makes the basis of his poem The Complaint of Mars, would explain why Venus was able to influence Mars in this way. The feeble influence of Mars at Hypermnestra's nativity is accounted for also in another way. His influence is feeble because of the time of year and through the oppression of houses, both of which amount to the same thing, namely, a position in the zodiac in which his power is at a minimum. 155. The influence of Jupiter, we are told, was to give Hypermnestra conscience, truth, and wifely loyalty. That of Saturn was evil and the cause of her death in prison. The specific influences of Saturn are mentioned in detail in the Knight's Tale. Almost all the ills imaginable are attributable to his power, my dear. A Venus quod Saturn, my cause, that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than what any man. Myn is the drenching in the sea so one, myn is the prison in the dirk coat, myn is the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur, and the chills rebelling, the groaning, and the privy empoisoning, I do vengeance and plin correction whyl I dwell in the Sena of the Lion. Myn is the ruin of the high hallies, the falling of the tools and of the walls upon the miner or the carpenter. I slow samp sound in shaking the piler, and min be the maladies cold, the dirktisons, and the casts oldie, my loking is the fader of pestilence. 156. In the line, myn is the prison in the dirk coat. Imprisonment is for the second time attributed to Saturn's influence. In an earlier passage in the Knight's Tale, 157, cp 59, it is suggested when Palamon and Arcite's imprisonment is said to be due to some wicked aspect or disposition of Saturn at the time of their birth. Later in the story, Palamon specifically states that his imprisonment is through Saturn, but Imo been in prison third Saturn, 158, that Mars and Saturn were generally regarded as planets of evil influence is shown by a passage in the Astrolabe. Chaucer has just explained what the ascendant means in astrology. It is that degree of the zodiac that at the given time is seen upon the eastern horizon. Now, Chaucer says, the ascendant may be fortunate or unfortunate thus, a fortunate ascendant clepen they one that no wicked planet, as Saturn or Mars, or else the tail of the dragon, is in the house of the ascendant. Any that no wicked planets have non-aspects of enemite up on the ascendant. 159. The wife of Bath attributes the two principal qualities of her disposition, amorousness and pugnaciousness, to the planets Venus and Mars, for certes, I am alveneri n in felinge, and myn. Hurt is Marcian. Venus me yaff my lust, my licorousness, and Mars yaff me my sturdy hardiness. Myn ascendant was Tor, and Mars therein. Alas! Alas! That ever love was sin. I full wede myn inclination by virtue of my constellation. 160. A little later in her prologue the wife contrasts the influences of Mercury and Venus. As a jibe at the clerk who was in the company of Canterbury pilgrims, she has just said that clerks cannot possibly speak well of wives, and that women could tell tales of clerks if they would. She upholds her statement thus: wives are the children of Venus, clerks, of Mercury, two planets that are in their working full contrarious, the children of Mercury and of Venus being in her working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispense. And, for her diverse disposition, ec falleth in others exaltation, and thus, got woot. Mercury is desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exaltat, and Venus falleth there Mercury is reist, therefore no woman of no clerk is praised. 161. Venus has her exaltation in the sign in which Mercury has his depression. Therefore the two signs have opposite virtues and influences, and the children of one can see little good in the children of the other. We have seen how the stars were supposed to control human destiny by bestowing certain qualities upon souls at birth. We shall next consider how they were thought to influence men more indirectly, through their effects on terrestrial events. Certain positions of the heavenly bodies with regard to one another could cause heavy rains. The clerk in the Miller's Tale predicts a great rain through observation of the moon's position. Now John quod Nicholas, I will not lie, I have found in myn astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now, a Monday next, at quarternight, shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that half so great was never knows flood. 162. Such predictions as this were, however, by no means always believed in even by uneducated people. In this case, for the purposes of the story, the flood does not take place. The carpenter, John, is taken in because the story requires it, but Nicholas is a quack pure and simple, and of course the miller who tells the story has no delusions. In Troilus and Chrysid we are told that the moon's conjunction with Jupiter and Saturn caused a heavy rain. Pandarus had the day before suspected that there was to be rain from the condition of the moon, right sown upon the changing of the moon, when littles is the world a night or twain, and that the well can shoop him for to rain, he straight amore where you into his ness went. 163, and on the next night the rain came, the bent moon with her horns pale, Saturn, and Iove, in cancro and were, that switch a rain from heaven gan aval, that every man a woman that was there had of that smoky rain. Of Araphia, 164, perhaps the moon alone in Cancer, which was her mansion, would have caused a rain, and it was the additional presence of Saturn and Jupiter that made it such a heavy downpour. Chaucer humorously makes use of this astrological superstition that the planets cause rains in the Lenvoyescogen, to broken being the statutes high in heaven that create were eternally to dure, sith that I see the bright gods seven mo weep and wail, and passion endure, as may in earth a mortal creature. Alas, fro whence may this thing proceed? Of which error I almost for dread. 165. Here it is not the planets' positions that cause the rain, but the planets are weeping as mortals do, and their tears are the rain. In the next stanza we learn that even Venus, from whose sphere divine law once decreed no tear should ever fall, is weeping so that mortals are about to be drenched. And it is all Skogan's fault. By wordy turn Willem was hit shape that fro the fifth circle, in no mania, any might a drope of Teres down escape. But now so wapeth Venus in her spre, that with her Teres she will drench us here. Alas! Skogan. This is for thyn offence. Thou causest this deluge of pestilence. 166. So the ultimate cause of the rain was Skogan's offence. And in the next stanza we learn what that offence was. Instead of vowing to serve his lady forever, though his love is unrequited, Skogan has rebelled against the law of love. Hast thou not sinned, in blaspheme of this God's, through pride, or through thy great rakelness, switch things in the law of love forbode is? That, for thy lady sorn at thy distress, therefore thou yave her up at Michaelmas. 167. I have said that Chaucer makes wide use of the astrological beliefs of his century in portraying character, and have shown how some of the strange astrological ideas of the people of his time are reflected in Chaucer's poetry. It remains to consider somewhat more closely the relations between astrological faith and conduct, and Chaucer's application of these relations to the dramatic action in his poems. The inevitable logical outcome of astrological faith is the doctrine of necessity. The invariability of the celestial motions suggested to early astrologers that there must be a higher power transcending and controlling them, and this power could be none other than necessity. But, since the stars by their movements and positions were the regulators of mundane events and human affairs, it followed that human destiny on the earth was also under the sway of this relentless power of necessity or fate. Now it was the Stoics alone who developed a thoroughgoing fatalism and at the same time made it consistent with practical life and virtue. They taught that man could best find himself in complete submission to the divine law of destiny. The early Babylonian astrologers who originated the doctrine of necessity did not develop it to its logical consequences. Reasoning from certain very unusual occurrences that sometimes took place in the heavens, such as the appearance of comets, meteors and falling stars, they reached the conclusion that divine will at times arbitrarily interfered in the destined course of nature. So priests foretold future events from the configuration of the heavens, but professed ability to ward off threatened evils by spells and incantations, or by purifications and sacrifices, to make the promised blessings more secure. Now the fatalism of Chaucer's characters is something like this. The general belief in the determination of human destiny by fortune or necessity is present and is expressed usually at moments of deep despair, when the longings of the heart and the struggles of the will have been relentlessly thwarted. When the Trojans decree that Chrysid must go to the Greeks in exchange for Antenor, Troilus pleads with Fortune. Then said he thus, Fortune, alas the while. What have I done, what have I thus a guilt? How mightest thou for youth me beguile? Is there no grace, and shall I thus be spilt? Shall thus cry Sid Ori, for that thou wilt? Alas! How mayst thou in thyn hurt find thee to been to me thus cruel and unkindy? Alas! Fortune! If that my lyf in how ye displeased had eun to thy foul envy, yne hadst o my fader, King of Troy, by raft the lyf, or doen my brethren die, or slain myself, that thus complain and cry, I, combe a world, that may of no thing serve, but ever die, and never full stive. 168. But there is present, too, in spite of all obstacles and defeats, an undying hope that somehow, by prayers and sacrifices to the celestial powers, or by the choice of astrologically favorable times of doing things, that somehow the course of human lives, mapped out at birth by the stars under the control of relentless destiny, may be altered. So the characters in Chaucer's poems pray to the orbs of the sky to help in their undertakings. The lovelorn Troilus undertakes scarcely a single act without first beseeching some one of the celestial powers for help. When he has confessed his love to Pandarus and the latter has promised to help him, Troilus prays to Venus, now blissful Venus help, that I strive, of thee, Pandar, I may som thank deserve. 169. And when the first step has been taken and he knows that Chrysid is not ill-disposed to be his friend at least, he praises Venus, looking up to her as a flower to the sun, but right as flowers, through the cold of night why closed, stoopen on her stalks low, redressen hem yin the sun bright, and spridden on her kindy cause by row, right so gan though his eyeing up to throw this Troilus, and said, O Venus dear, thy might, thy grace, why Herod be it here. 170. When Troilus is about to undertake a step that will either win or lose Chrysid, he prays to all the planetary gods, but especially to Venus, begging her to overcome by her aid whatever evil influences the planets exercised over him in his birth. Yet blissful Venus, this night thou me inspire quod Troilus, as wis as I thee serve, and ever bet and bet shall, till I stive. And if I had O Venus full of mirth, aspects body of Mars or of Saturn, or thou combust, 171, or let were in my birth, thy fader pray thilk harm discern. 172. Troilus does not forget to praise Venus when Chrysid is won at last. Then said he thus, O love, O charity, thy moder eke, Cytherea the sweat, after thyself next Herod be she, Venus Mani, the well-willy planet. 173. And after Chrysid has gone away to the Greeks, it is to Venus still that the lover utters his lament and prayer, saying that without the guidance of her beams he is lost, O stare, of which I lost have all the light, with hurt so well ought I to bewail, that ever dirk in torment, night by night, toward my death with wind in steer I sail, for which the 10th night if that I fail the jidding of thy beams bright an hour, my ship and me Charybdis will devour. 174. Another effect of astrological faith on conduct was the choice of times for doing things of importance with reference to astrological conditions. When a man wished to set out on any enterprise of importance, he very often consulted the positions of the stars to see if the time was propitious. Thus in the skier's tale it is said that the maker of the horse of brass waited many a constellation, ere he had done this operation. 175, that is, he waited carefully for the moment when the stars would be in the most propitious position, so that his undertaking would have the greatest possible chance of success. Pandarus goes to his niece Chrysid to plead for Troilus at a time when the moon is favorably situated in the heavens, and gan to call, and dress him up to ris, remembering him his errand was to done from Troilus, and eke his great empress, and cast and knew in good plyt was the man, to doen voyage, and took his weeful so new into his nurse's pales the abicid. 176. The kind of fatalism that Chaucer's characters, as a rule, represent is well illustrated in the story of Palamon and Arcite, told by the knight in the Canterbury Tales. These two young nobles of Thebes, cousins by relationship, are captured by Theseus, king of Athens, and imprisoned in the tower of his palace. From the window of the tower Palamon espies the king's beautiful sister Emily walking in the garden and instantly falls in love. Arcite, seeing his cousin's sudden pallor and hearing his exclamation which, Chaucer says, sounded as though he stongen were you to the hurt. 177. Thinks that Palamon is complaining because of his imprisonment and urges him to bear in patience the decree of the heavens, for God's love, tackle in patience our prison, for it may none other be, fortuneth given us this adversity. Som weak aspect or disposition of Saturn, by some constellation, hath given us this, although we had it sworn, so stood the heaven when that we were born, we most endure it, this is the short and plain. 178. This is the doctrine of necessity, and it suggests the Stoic virtue of submission to fate. Yet Arcite's attitude toward his misfortune is not truly Stoic, for there is none of that joy in submission here that the Stoic felt in surrendering himself to the will of the powers above. Arcite would resist fate if he could. Palamon explains the cause of his woe, and when Arcite looks out and sees Emily, he too falls a victim to love. Then Palamon knits his brows in righteous indignation. Did he not love the beautiful lady first and trust his secret to his cousin and sworn brother? And was it not Arcite's duty and solemn pledge to help and not hinder him in his love? Arcite's defense shows that the fatalism that dominates his thought is a fatalism that excuses him for doing as he pleases. Love knows no law, but is a law unto itself. Therefore he must needs love Emily. Was't not well the oldie clerks saw, that who shall ever love any law? Love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be yev to any earthly man. And therefore positive law and switch decree is broke all day for love, in ec degree. A man moot ned's love, more gree his heed. 179. When Arcite is released from prison but banished from Athens with the threat of death should he return, both men are utterly unhappy. Arcite, because he can no longer see Emily, and Palamon because he fears that Arcite will return to Athens with a band of kinsmen to aid him, and carry off Emily by force. After Arcite has gone, Palamon reproaches the gods for determining the destiny of men so irrevocably without consulting their wishes or their deserts. O cruel gods, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and written in the table of Athamaunt your parliament, and your etern graunt, what is mankind more you enter yow hold than is the sheep, that rooketh in the fold. 180. Many a man, Palamon says, suffers sickness, imprisonment and other misfortunes unjustly because of the inexorable destiny imposed upon him by the gods. Even the lot of the beasts is better, for they do as they will and have nothing to suffer for it after death, whereas man must suffer both in this life and the next. This, surely, is not willing submission to fate. After some years Palamon escapes from prison and encounters Arcite, who has returned in disguise and become Theseus' chief squire. They arrange to settle their differences by a duel next day. But destiny was guiding Theseus' conduct too, so the narrator of the story says, and was so powerful that it caused a coincidence that might not happen again in 1,000 years. The destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world over all the pursuance, that God hath sain beforehand, so strong it is, that, though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing, by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day that falleth not eft within 1,000 year. For certainly, our appetites here, be it of ware, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. 181. Theseus goes hunting and with him, the Queen and Emily. They of course interrupt the duel between Palamon and Arcite. Through the intercession of the two women the duelists are pardoned and it is arranged that they settle their dispute by a tournament set for about a year later. On the morning before the tournament Palamon, Arcite, and Emily all go, at different hours, to pray and sacrifice to their respective patron deities. The times of their prayers are chosen according to astrological considerations, each going to pray in the hour, 182, that was considered sacred to the planet with which his patron deity was identified. Palamon prays to Venus only that he may win his love, whether by victory or defeat in the tournament makes no difference to him. After his sacrifices are completed, the statute of Venus shakes and Palamon, regarding this as a favorable sign, goes away with glad heart. Arcite prays Mars for victory and is answered by a portent even more favorable than that given to Palamon. Not only does the statue of Mars tremble so that his coat of mail resounds, but the very doors of the temple shake, the fire on the altar burns more brightly and Arcite hears the word victory uttered in a low dim murmur. Emily does not want to be given in marriage to any man and so she prays to Diana, 183, as the protectress of maidenhood, to keep her a maid. Diana, the goddess, appears in her characteristic form as a huntress and tells Emily that the gods have decreed her marriage either to Palamon or to Arcite, but that it cannot yet be revealed to which one she is to be given. But now there is trouble in heaven. Venus has promised that Palamon shall have his love, and Mars has promised Arcite the victory. How are both promises to be fulfilled? Chaucer humorously expresses the dilemma thus, and written on switch stryf there is begone forth ilk graunting, in the heaven above, betwixt Venus, the goddess of love, and Mars, the stern god omnipotent, that Jupiter was busy it to stent, till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of adventures oldie, fond in his old experience and art, that he full soneth pleased every part. 184. We had almost forgotten that all the gods to whom prayers have been uttered and sacrifices offered were anything more than pagan gods. But now, by the reference to Saturn, the pale Saturnus the cold suggesting the dimness of his appearance in the sky, we are reminded that these gods are also planets. But, to resume the story, Saturn finds the remedy for the embarrassing situation. He rehearses his powers and then tells Venus that her knight shall have his lady, but that Mars shall be able to help his knight also. My dear daughter Venus, quod Saturn, my cause, that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power that what any man. Now weep no more, I shall do'n diligence that Palamon, that is thyn own knight, shall have his lady, as thou hast him hight. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet nathelese betwixt youther a moot bsom time peas, al be ye not of o complexion, that causeth el day switch division. 185. When the appointed time for the tourney arrives, in order that no means of securing the god's favor and so assuring success may be left untried, Arcite, with his knights, enters through the gate of Mars, his patron deity, and Palamon through that of Venus. Palamon is defeated in the fight, but Saturn fulfills his promise to Venus by inducing Pluto to send an omen which frightens Arcite's horse, causing an accident in which Arcite is mortally injured. In the end Palamon wins Emily. Although the scene of this story is laid in ancient Athens, the characters are plainly medieval knights and ladies. Throughout the poem, as in many of Chaucer's writings, there is a curious mingling of pagan and Christian elements, a strange juxtaposition of astrological notions, Greek anthropomorphism and medieval Christian philosophy. But pervading the whole is the idea of determinism, of the inability of the human will to struggle successfully against the destiny imposed by the powers of heaven, or against the capricious wills of the gods. Chaucer had too keen a sense of humor, too sympathetic an outlook on life not to see the irony in the ceaseless spectacle of mankind dashing itself against the relentless wall of circumstances, fate, or what you will, in undying hope of attaining the unattainable. He saw the humor in this maelstrom of human endeavor, and he saw the tragedy too. The Knight's Tale presents largely, I think, the humorous side of it, Troilus and Chrysid, the tragic, although there is some tragedy in the Knight's Tale and some comedy in Troilus. It was fate that Troilus should love Chrysid, that he should win her love for a time, and that in the end he should be deserted by her. From the very first line of the poem we know that he is doomed to sorrow. The double saw well of Troilus to Telon, that was the King Priamus son of Troy, in Lovinge, how his adventures fell in fro we to well, and after out of I ye, my purpose is, that I part ye fro ye. 186. The tragedy of Troilus is also the tragedy of Chrysid, for even at the moment of forsaking Troilus for Diomed she is deeply unhappy over her unfaithfulness, but circumstance is as much to blame as her own yielding nature, for Troilus' fate is bound up with the inexorable doom of Troy, and she could not return to him if she would. There is no doubt that Chaucer feels the tragedy of the story as he writes. In his proem to the first book he invokes one of the Furies to aid him in his task, Thesaphone, thou help me fortendite these woeful vers, that weapon as I writ. 187. Throughout the poem he disclaims responsibility for what he narrates, saying that he is simply following his author and that, once begun, somehow he must keep on. In the proem to the second book he says, wherefore I nil have neither thank any blame of all this work, but pray you meekly, disblameth me, if any word be lame, for as myn octacid, so see I. 188, and concludes the proem with the words, but sin I have begun, myn octa shall I fulwen, if I can. 189, when fortune turns her face away from Troilus, and Chaucer must tell of the loss of Chrysid, his heart bleeds and his pen trembles with dread of what he must write, but earl to lie tell, willory the while, last deaths which I owe ye, why thanked be fortune. That seemeth truest, when she will beguile, and can to fulls so her song entune, that she hem hent and blent, tritter commune, and when a wight is from her wheel why throw, then laugheth she, and maketh him the moe. From Troilus she gan her bright face o'erterith, and took of him none heard, but cast him clean out of his lady grace, and on her wheel she set up Diomed, for which right now myn hurt ginneth blede, and now my pen, alas, with which I writ, quaketh for dread of that I moot endite. 190. Chaucer tells of Chrysid's faithlessness reluctantly, reminding the reader often that so the story has it, and after this the story telleth us, that she him yaf the fair basted, the which she once won of Troilus, and eke a brooch, and that was light elned, that Troilus was, she yaf this Diomed. And eke, the bet from saw where him to relive, she made him wear a pencil of her sleeve. I find eke in the stories elsewhere, when through the body hurt was Diomed of Troilus, though weep she many a tear, when that she saw his wide wounds blede, and that he took to kepen him good hood, and for to helay him of his sore ways smurt, men saying, I not, that she yaf him her hurt. 191, and in the end for very pity he tries to excuse her. Any list this sally womanchid further than the story will devise, her name, alas, is published so wide, that for her guilt it ought why now suffice. And if I might excuse her any wis, for she so sorry was for her untrouth, why wis, I wold excuse her yet for wrath. 192. We have said that Chaucer's attitude toward the philosophical aspects of astrology is hard to determine because in most of his poems he takes an impersonal ironic point of view towards the actions he describes or the ideas he presents. His attitude toward the idea of destiny is not so hard to determine. Fortune, the executrix of the fates through the influence of the heavens rules men's lives. They are the herdsmen, we are their flocks. But O, fortune, executrice of weirds, O influences of thy heavens high. Soth is, that, under God, ye ben our high-heads, though to us best's been the causes re. 193. Perhaps Chaucer did not mean this literally. But one is tempted to think that he, like Dante, thought of the heavenly bodies in their spheres as the ministers and instruments of a providence that had foreseen and ordained all things. Appendix I. Most of the terms at present used to describe the movements of the heavenly bodies were used in Chaucer's time and occur very frequently in his writings. The significance of Chaucer's references will then be perfectly clear, if we keep in mind that the modern astronomer's description of the apparent movements of the star sphere and of the heavenly bodies individually would have been to Chaucer a description of real movements. When we look up into the sky on a clear night, the stars and planets appear to be a host of bright dots on the concave surface, unimaginably distant, of a vast hollow sphere at the center of which we seem to be. Astronomers call this expanse of the heavens with its myriad bright stars the celestial sphere or the star sphere, and have imagined upon its surface various systems of circles. In descriptions of the Earth's relation to the celestial sphere, it is customary to disregard altogether the Earth's diameter, which is comparatively infinitesimal. If we stand on a high spot in the open country and look about us in all directions, the Earth seems to meet the sky in a circle which we call the terrestrial horizon. Now if we imagine a plane passing through the center of the Earth and parallel to the plane in which the terrestrial horizon lies, and if we imagine this plane through the Earth's center extended outward in all directions to an infinite distance, it would cut the celestial sphere in a great circle which astronomers call the celestial horizon. On the celestial horizon are the north, east, south and west points. The plane of the celestial horizon is, of course, different for different positions of the observer on the Earth. If we watch the sky for some time, or make several observations on the same night, we notice, by observing the changing positions of the constellations, that the stars move very slowly across the blue dome above us. The stars that rise due east of us do not, in crossing the dome of the sky, pass directly over our heads but, from the moment that we first see them, curve some distance to the south, and, after passing their highest point in the heavens, turn toward the north and set due west. A star rising due east appears to move more rapidly than one rising some distance to the north or south of the east point, because it crosses a higher point in the heavens and has, therefore, a greater distance to traverse in the same length of time. When we observe the stars in the northern sky, we discover that many of them never set but seem to be moving around an apparently fixed point at somewhat more than an angle of 40 degrees, 194, above the northern horizon and very near the North Star. These are called circumpolar stars. The whole celestial sphere, in other words, appears to be revolving about an imaginary axis passing through this fixed point, which is called the North Pole of the heavens, through the center of the Earth and through an invisible pole, the South Pole of the heavens, exactly opposite the visible one. This apparent revolution of the whole star sphere, as we know, is caused by the Earth's rotation on its axis once every 24 hours from west to east. Chaucer and his contemporaries believed it to be the actual revolution of the 9 spheres from east to west about the Earth as a center. Fig. 1 for determining accurately the position of stars on the celestial sphere. Astronomers make use of various circles which can be made clear by a few simple diagrams. In Figure 1, the observer is imagined to be at O. Then the circle Ness is the celestial horizon, which we have described above. Z, the point immediately above the observer, is called the zenith, and Z, the point immediately underneath, as indicated by a plumb line at rest, is the nadir. The line pop is the imaginary axis about which the star sphere appears to revolve, and P are the poles of the heavens. The North Pole P is elevated, for our latitude, at an angle of approximately 40 degrees from the north point on the horizon. PP is called the polar axis, and it is evident that the Earth's axis extended infinitely would coincide with this axis of the heavens. In measuring positions of stars with reference to the horizon, astronomers use the following circles. Any great circle of the celestial sphere whose plane passes through the zenith and nadir is called a vertical circle. The vertical circle SPNZ, passing through the poles and meeting the horizon in the north and south points, N and S, is called the meridian circle, because the sun is on this circle at true midday. The meridian is the plane in which this circle lies. The vertical circle, EZWZ, whose plane is at right angles to the meridian, is called the prime vertical, and it intersects the horizon at the east and west points, E and W. These circles, and the measurements of positions of heavenly bodies which involve their use, were all employed in Chaucer's time and are referred to in his writings. 195. The distance of a star from the horizon, measured on a vertical circle, toward the zenith, is called the star's altitude. A star reaches its greatest altitude when on the part of the meridional circle between the south point of the horizon, S, and the North Pole, P. A star seen between the North Pole and the North Point on the horizon, that is, on the arc Pn, must obviously be a circumpolar star and would have its highest altitude when between the pole and the zenith, or on the arc Pz. When a star reaches the meridian in its course across the celestial sphere, it is said to culminate or reach its culmination. The highest altitude of any star would therefore be represented by the arc of the meridional circle between the star and the south point of the horizon. This is called the star's meridian altitude. The azimuth of a star is its angular distance from the south point, measured westward on the horizon, to a vertical circle passing through the star. The amplitude of a star is its distance from the prime vertical, measured on the horizon, north or south. For the other measurements used by astronomers in observations of the stars, still other circles on the celestial sphere must be imagined. We know that the Earth's surface is divided into halves, called the northern and southern hemispheres, by an imaginary circle called the equator, whose plane passes through the center of the Earth and is perpendicular to the Earth's axis. If the plane of the Earth's equator were infinitely extended, it would describe upon the celestial sphere a great circle which would divide that sphere into two hemispheres, just as the plane of the terrestrial equator divides the Earth into two hemispheres. This great circle on the celestial sphere is called the celestial equator, or, by an older name, the equatorial, the significance of which we shall see presently. A star rising due east would traverse this great circle of the celestial sphere and set due west. The path of such a star is represented in Figure 2 by the great circle EMWM, which also represents the celestial equator. All stars rise and set following circles whose planes are parallel to that of the celestial equator, and these circles of the celestial sphere are smaller and smaller the nearer they are to the pole, so that stars very near the pole appear to be encircling it in very small concentric circles. Stars in an area around the north celestial pole, whose limits vary with the position of the observer, never set for an observer in the northern hemisphere. There is a similar group of stars around the south pole for an observer in the southern hemisphere. Fig. 2. The angle of elevation of the celestial equator to the horizon varies according to the position of the observer. If, for example, the observer were at the north pole of the Earth, the north celestial pole would be directly above him and would therefore coincide with the zenith. This would obviously make the celestial equator and the horizon also coincide. If the observer should pass slowly from the pole to the terrestrial equator, it is clear that the two circles would no longer coincide and that the angle between them would gradually widen until it reached 90 degrees. Then the zenith would be on the celestial equator and the north and south poles of the heavens would be on the horizon. We have still to define a great circle of the celestial sphere that is of equal importance with the celestial equator and the celestial horizon. This is the Sun's apparent yearly path, or the ecliptic. We know that the Earth revolves about the Sun once yearly in an orbit that is not entirely round but somewhat elliptical. Now, since the Earth, the Sun, and the Earth's orbit around the Sun are always in one plane, it follows that to an observer on the Earth the Sun would appear to be moving around the Earth instead of the Earth around the Sun. The Sun's apparent path, moreover, would be in the plane of the Earth's orbit, and when projected against the celestial sphere, which is infinite in extent, would appear as a great circle of that sphere. This great circle of the celestial sphere is the ecliptic. The Sun must always appear to be on this circle, not only at all times of the year but at all hours of the day, for as the Sun rises and sets, the ecliptic rises and sets also, since the Earth's rotation causes an apparent daily revolution not only of the Sun, Moon, and planets but also of the fixed stars and so of the whole celestial sphere and of all the circles whose positions upon it do not vary. The ecliptic is inclined to the celestial equator approximately 23½ degrees. An angle which obviously measures the inclination of the plane of the Earth's equator to the plane of its orbit, since the celestial equator and the ecliptic are great circles on the celestial sphere formed by extending the planes of the Earth's equator and its orbit to an infinite distance. Since both the celestial equator and the ecliptic are great circles of the celestial sphere, each dividing it into equal parts, It is evident that these two circles must intersect at points exactly opposite each other on the celestial sphere. These points are called the vernal and the autumnal equinoxes. We shall next define the astronomical measurements that correspond to terrestrial latitude and longitude. For some reason astronomers have not, as we might expect, applied to these measurements the terms celestial longitude and celestial latitude. These two terms are now practically obsolete, having been used formally to denote angular distance north or south of the ecliptic and angular distance measured east and west along circles parallel to the ecliptic. The measurements that correspond in astronomy to terrestrial latitude and longitude are called declination and right ascension and are obviously made with reference to the celestial equator, not the ecliptic. For taking these measurements, astronomers employ circles on the celestial sphere perpendicular to the plane of the celestial equator and passing through the poles of the heavens. These are called hour circles. The hour circle of any star is the great circle passing through it and perpendicular to the plane of the equator. The angular distance of a star from the equator measured along its hour circle is called the star's declination and is northern or southern according as the star is in the northern or southern of the two hemispheres into which the plane of the equator divides the celestial sphere. It is evident that declination corresponds exactly to terrestrial latitude. Right ascension, corresponding to terrestrial longitude, is the angular distance of a heavenly body from the vernal equinox measured on the celestial equator eastward to the hour circle passing through the body. The hour angle of a star is the angular distance measured on the celestial equator from the meridian to the foot of the hour circle passing through the star. Fig. 3. It remains to describe in greater detail the apparent movements of the Sun and the Sun's effect upon the seasons. In Figure 3, the great circle MWME represents the equinoctial and XVXA the ecliptic. The point X represents the farthest point south that the Sun reaches in its apparent journey around the Earth. And this point is called the winter solstice, because, for the northern hemisphere the Sun reaches this point in midwinter. When the Sun is south of the celestial equator, its apparent daily path is the same as it would be for a star so situated. Thus its daily path at the time of the winter solstice, about the 21st of December, can be represented by the circle XMN. The arc GXH represents the part of the Sun's path that would be above the horizon, showing that night would last much longer than day and the rays of the Sun would strike the northern hemisphere of the Earth more indirectly than when the Sun is north of the equator. As the Sun passes along the ecliptic from X toward V, the part of its daily path that is above the horizon gradually increases until at V, the vernal equinox, the Sun's path would, roughly speaking, coincide with the celestial equator so that half of it would be above the horizon and half below, and day and night would be of equal length. This explains why the celestial equator was formerly called the equinoctial, Chaucer's term for it. As the Sun passes on toward X, its daily arc continues to increase and the days to grow longer until at X it reaches its greatest declination north of the equator and we have the longest day, the 21st of June, the summer solstice. When the Sun reaches this point, its rays strike the northern hemisphere more directly than at any other time, causing the hot or summer season in this hemisphere. Next, the sun's daily arc begins to decrease, day and night to become more nearly equal, at the autumnal equinox, 196, is reached and the sun again shapes its course towards the point of maximum declination south of the equator. The 2 points of maximum declination are called solstices. The 2 small circles of the celestial sphere, parallel to the equator, which pass through the 2 points where the sun's declination is greatest, are called tropics. The one in the northern hemisphere is called the Tropic of Cancer, that in the southern hemisphere, the Tropic of Capricorn. They correspond to circles on the Earth's surface having the same names. 2 by artificial day. Chaucer means the time during which the sun is above the horizon, the period from sunrise to sunset. The arc of the artificial day may mean the extent or duration of it, as measured on the rim of an astrolabe, or it may mean, as here, the arc extending from the point of sunrise to that of sunset. See Astrolabe 2.7. There has been some controversy among editors as to the correctness of the date occurring in this passage, some giving it as the 28th instead of the 18th. In discussing the accuracy of the reading, Atatürk throws light also upon the accuracy of the rest of the passage considered from an astronomical point of view. He says, Volume 5, p. 133, the key to the whole matter is given by a passage in Chaucer's Astrolabe pt. 2, chapter 29, where it is clear that Chaucer, who, however, merely translates from Mesohola, actually confuses the hour angle with the azimuthal arc, see Appendix I, that is, he considered it correct to find the hour of the day by noting the point of the horizon over which the sun appears to stand, and supposing this point to advance, with a uniform, not a variable, motion. The host's method of proceeding was this. Wanting to know the hour, he observed how far the sun had moved southward along the horizon since it rose, and saw that it had gone more than halfway from the point of sunrise to the exact southern point. Now the 18th of April in Chaucer's time answers to the 26th of April at present. On the 26th of April, 1874, the sun rose at 4 hours 43 m, and set at 7 hours 12 m, giving a day of about 14 hours 30 m, the fourth part of which is at 8 hours 20 m, or, with sufficient exactness, at 8:30. This would leave a whole hour and a half to signify Chaucer's half an hour and more, showing that further explanation is still necessary. The fact is, however, that the host reckoned, as has been said, in another way, viz. by observing the sun's position with reference to the horizon. On the 18th of April the sun was in the 6th degree of Taurus at that date, as we again learn from Chaucer's treatise. Set this 6th degree of Taurus on the east horizon on a globe, and it is found to be 22 degrees to the north of the east point, or 112 degrees from the south. The half of this at 56 degrees from the south, and the sun would seem to stand above this 56th degree, as may be seen even upon a globe, at about 9:15. But Mr. Bray has made the calculation, and shows that it was at 20 minutes past 9. This makes Chaucer's half an hour and more to stand for half an hour and 10 minutes, an extremely neat result. But this we can check again by help of the host's other observation. He also took note that the lengths of a shadow and its object were equal, whence the sun's altitude must have been 45 degrees. Even a globe will show that the sun's altitude, when in the 6th degree of Taurus, and at 10 o'clock in the morning, is somewhere about 45 or 46 degrees. But Mr. Bray has calculated it exactly, and his result is that the sun attained its altitude of 45 degrees at 2 minutes to 10 exactly. This is even a closer approximation than we might expect, and leaves no doubt about the right date being the 18th of April. Thus it appears that Chaucer's method of determining the date was incorrect, but his calculations in observing the sun's position were quite accurate. For fuller particulars see Chaucer's Astrolabe, ed. Skeat, EETS, Preface, p. 3. It was customary in ancient times and even as late as Chaucer's century to determine the position of the sun, moon, or planets at any time by reference to the signs of the zodiac. The zodiac is an imaginary belt of the celestial sphere, extending 8 degrees on each side of the ecliptic, within which the orbits of the sun, moon, and planets appear to lie. The zodiac is divided into 12 equal geometric divisions 30 degrees in extent called signs, to each of which a fanciful name is given. The signs were once identical with 12 constellations along the zodiac to which these fanciful names were first applied. Since the signs are purely geometric divisions and are counted from the spring equinox in the direction of the sun's progress through them, and since through the precession of the equinoxes the whole series of signs shifts westward about 1 degree in 7 to 2 years, the signs and constellations no longer coincide. Beginning with the sign in which the vernal equinox lies, the names of the zodiacal signs are Aries, Ram, Taurus, Bull, Gemini, Twins, Cancer, Crab, Leo, Lion, Virgo, Virgin, Libra, Scales, Scorpio, Scorpion, Sagittarius, Archer, Aquarius, Water Carrier, and Pisces, Fishes. In this passage, the line that in the Ram is 4 degrees up on indicates the date the 16th of March. This can be seen by reference to Figure 1 in Skeat's edition of Chaucer's Astrolabe, EETS. The astrolabe was an instrument for making observations of the heavenly bodies and calculating time from these observations. The most important part of the kind of astrolabe described by Chaucer was a rather heavy circular plate of metal from 4 to 7 inches in diameter, which could be suspended from the thumb by a ring attached loosely enough so as to allow the instrument to assume a perpendicular position. One side of this plate was flat and was called the back, and it is this part that Figure 1 represents. The back of the astrolabe planisphere contained a series of concentric rings representing, in order beginning with the outermost ring, the 4 quadrants of a circle each divided into 90 degrees, the signs of the zodiac divided into 30 degrees each, the days of the year, the circle being divided, for this purpose, into 365 1/4 equal parts, the names of the months, the number of days in each, and the small divisions which represent each day, which coincide exactly with those representing the days of the year, and lastly the saints' days, with their Sunday letters. The purpose of the signs of the zodiac is to show the position of the sun in the ecliptic at different times. Therefore, if we find on the figure the 4th degree of Aries and the day of the month corresponding to it, we have the date the 16th of March as nearly as we can determine it by observing the intricate divisions in the figure. The next passage noon higher was he, when she ready was means evidently, he was no higher than this, i.e. 4 degrees, above the horizon when she was ready, that is, it was a little past 6. The method used in determining the time of day by observation of the sun's position is explained in the astrolabe 2, 2 and 3. First, the sun's altitude is found by means of the revolving rule at the back of the astrolabe. The rule, a piece of metal fitted with sights, is moved up and down until the rays of the sun shine directly through the sights. Then, by means of the degrees marked on the back of the astrolabe, the angle of elevation of the rule is determined, giving the altitude of the sun. The rest of the process involves the use of the front of the astrolabe. This side of the circular plate, shown in Fig. 2, had a thick rim with a wide depression in the middle. On the rim were 3 concentric circles, the first showing the letters A to Z, representing the 24 hours of the day, and the 2 innermost circles giving the degrees of the 4 quadrants. The depressed central part of the front was marked with 3 circles, the Tropicus Cancri, the Equinoctialis and the Tropicus Capricorni, and with the cross lines from north to south, and from east to west. There were besides several thin plates or discs of metal of such a size as exactly to drop into the depression spoken of. The principal one of these was the rete and is shown in Fig. 2. It consisted of a circular ring marked with the zodiacal signs, subdivided into degrees, with narrow branching limbs both within and without this ring, having smaller branches or tongues terminating in points, each of which denoted the exact position of some well-known star. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rete being thus, as it were, a skeleton plate, allows the Tropicus Cancri etc., marked upon the body of the instrument, to be partially seen below it asterisk asterisk asterisk. But it was more usual to interpose between the rete and the body of the instrument, called the mother, another thin plate or disc, such as that in Fig. 5, so that portions of this latter plate could be seen beneath the skeleton form of the rete, I-17. These plates were called by Chaucer tables, and sometimes an instrument was provided with several of them, differently marked, for use in places having different latitudes. The one in Fig. 5 is suitable for the latitude of Oxford, nearly. The upper part, above the horizon obliquus, is marked with circles of altitude, I-18, crossed by incomplete arcs of azimuth tending to a common center, the zenith, I-19. Skeet, Introduction to the Astrolabe, pp. xxv. Now suppose we have taken the sun's altitude by 2, pt2 of the astrolabe, and found it to be 25½ degree. As the altitude was taken by the back of the astrolabe, turn it over, and then let the rete revolve westward until the first point of Aries is just within the altitude circle marked 25, allowing for the ½ degree by guess. This will bring the denticle near the letter C, and the first point of Aries near X, which means 9a.m. Skeeter's note on the astrolabe 2-3, pp 189 to 190. For Chaucer would know the altitude of the sun simply by inspection of an astrolabe, without calculation. Skeeter has explained this passage in his preface to Chaucer's Astrolabe, EETS, Peelxit, as follows. Besides saying that the sun was 29 degrees high, Chaucer says that his shadow was to his height in the proportion of 11 to 6. Changing this proportion, we can make it that of 12 to 6 611, that is, the point of the umbra versa, which is reckoned by 12th parts, is 6 611 or 6½ nearly. Umbra recta and umbra versa were scales on the back of the astrolabe used for computing the altitudes of heavenly bodies from the height and shadows of objects. The umbra recta was used where the angle of elevation of an object was greater than 45 degrees, the umbra versa, where it was less. This can be verified by Fig. 1. For a straight edge, laid across from the 29th degree above the word oxidans and passing through the center, will cut the scale of umbra versa between the 6th and 7th points. The sun's altitude is thus established as 29 degrees above the western horizon, beyond all doubt. V. Herber where means position. Chaucer says here, then, that the sun according to his declination causing his position to be low or high in the heavens, brings about the seasons for all living things. In the astrolabe, I-17, there is a very interesting passage explaining in detail, declination, the solstices and equinoxes, and change of seasons. Chaucer is describing the front of the astrolabe. He says, the plate under thy right is described with 3 principal circles, of which the lest is clept the circle of Cancer, by cause that the heft of Cancer teneth evermore concentric up on the same circle. This corresponds to the Tropic of Cancer on the celestial sphere, which marks the greatest northern declination of the sun. In this heft of Cancer is the greatest declination northward of the sun. And therefore is he clept the solstition of summer, which declination, after Thaulum, is 23 degrees and 50 minutes, as well in Cancer as in Capricorn. The greatest declination of the sun measures the obliquity of the ecliptic, which is slightly variable. In Chaucer's time it was about 23 degrees 31, and in the time of Ptolemy about 23 degrees 40. Ptolemy assigns it too high a value. This Sena of Cancre is clept the Tropic of Summer, of Tropus, that is to say gainward, for than beginneth the sun to pass fro usward. See Fig 2 in Skeeter's preface to the Astrolabe, Volume 3, or EETS Volume 16. The middle circle in wideness, of these 3, is clept the circle equinoctial, the celestial equator of the celestial sphere, up on which teneth evermore the Hades of Aries and Libra. These are the 2 signs in which the ecliptic crosses the equinoctial. And understand well, that evermo this circle equinox shall tenethiestly fro very east to very west, as I have showed thee in the spere solide. As the earth rotates daily from west to east, the celestial sphere appears to us to revolve about the earth once every 24 hours from east to west. Chaucer, of course, means here that the equinoctial actually revolves with the primum mobile instead of only appearing to revolve. This same circle is clept also the way, equator, of the day, for when the sun is in the hefts of Aries and Libra, then ben the days and the nights I like of length in all the world. And there are four ben these two scenes called equinoxes. The widest of these three principal circles is clept the circle of Capricorn, by cause that the heft of Capricorn teneth evermo concentrix upon the same circle. That is to say, the tropic of Capricorn meets the ecliptic in the sign Capricornus, or, in other words, the sun attains its greatest declination southward when in the sign Capricornus. In the heft of this foreside Capricorn is the greatest declination southward of the sun, and therefore is it clept the solstition of winter. This scene of Capricorn is also clept the tropic of winter, for then beginneth the sun to come again to usward. 6. The moon's orbit around the earth is inclined at an angle of about 5 degrees to the earth's orbit around the sun. The moon, therefore, appears to an observer on the earth as if traversing a great circle of the celestial sphere just as the sun appears to do, and the moon's real orbit projected against the celestial sphere appears as a great circle similar to the ecliptic. This great circle in which the moon appears to travel will, therefore, be inclined to the ecliptic at an angle of 5 degrees, and the moon will appear in its motion never far from the ecliptic. It will always be within the zodiac, which extends 8 or 9 degrees on either side of the ecliptic. The angular velocity of the moon's motion in its projected great circle is much greater than that of the sun in the ecliptic. Both bodies appear to move in the same direction, from west to east, but the solar apparent revolution takes about a year, averaging 1 degree daily, while the moon completes a revolution from any fixed star back to the same star in about 27¼ days, making an average daily angular motion of about 13 degrees. The actual daily angular motion of the moon varies considerably, hence in trying to test out Chaucer's references to lunar angular velocity it would not be correct to make use only of the average angular velocity, since his references apply to specific times and therefore the variation in the moon's angular velocity must be taken into account. 7. On the line in 2 of Tor etc., Skeet has the following note: Tyre Whit unluckily altered 2 to 10, on the plea that the time, 4 days complete, L 1893, is not sufficient for the moon to pass from the 2nd degree of Taurus into Cancer. And he then proceeds to show this, taking the mean daily motion of the moon as being 13 degrees, 10 minutes, and 35 seconds. But, as Mr. Bray has shewn, in his edition of Chaucer's Astrolabe, p. 93, footnote, it is a mistake to reckon here the moon's mean motion, we must rather consider her actual motion. The question is simply, can the moon move from the 2nd degree of Taurus to the 1st of Cancer, through 59 degrees, in 4 days? Mr. Bray says decidedly, that examples of such motion are to be seen in every almanac. For example, in the Nautical Almanac, in June, 1886, the moon's longitude at noon was 30 degrees 22 on the 9th, and 90 degrees 17 on the 13th, i.e., the moon was in the first of Taurus on the former day, and in the first of Cancer on the latter day, at the same hour, which gives, very nearly, a degree more of change of longitude than we here require. The MSS all have 2 audio, and they are quite right. The motion of the moon is so variable that the mean motion affords no safe guide. Skeat, Notes to the Canterbury Tales, p. 363. 8. The moon's waxing and waning is due to the fact that the moon is not self-luminous but receives its light from the sun, and to the additional fact that it makes a complete revolution around the earth with reference to the sun in 29.5 days. When the earth is on the side of the moon that faces the sun, we see the full moon, that is, the whole illuminated hemisphere. But when we are on the side of the moon that is turned away from the sun, we face its unilluminated hemisphere, and we say that we have a new moon. Once in every 29.5 days the earth is in each of these positions with reference to the moon, and, of course, in the interval of time between these two phases we are so placed as to see larger or smaller parts of the illuminating hemisphere of the moon, giving rise to the other visible phases. When the moon is between the earth and the sun, she is said to be in conjunction, and is invisible to us for a few nights. This is the phase called new moon. As she emerges from conjunction, we see the moon as a delicate crescent in the west just after sunset, and she soon sets below the horizon. Half of the moon's surface is illuminated, but we can see only a slender edge with the horns turned away from the sun. The crescent appears a little wider each night, and, as the moon recedes 13 degrees further from the sun each night, she sets correspondingly later, until in her first quarter half of the illuminated hemisphere is turned toward us. As the moon continues her progress around the earth, she gradually becomes gibbous and finally reaches a point in the heavens directly opposite the sun when she is said to be in opposition. Her whole illumined hemisphere faces us and we have full moon. She then rises in the east as the sun sets in the west and is on the meridian at midnight. As the moon passes from opposition, the portion of her illuminated hemisphere visible to us gradually decreases. She rises nearly an hour later each evening and in the morning is seen high in the western sky after sunrise. At her third quarter she again presents half of her illuminated surface to us and continues to decrease until we see her in crescent form again. But now her position with reference to the sun is exactly the reverse of her position as a waxing crescent, so that her horns are now turned toward the west away from the sun, and she appears in the eastern sky just before sunrise. The moon again comes into conjunction and is lost in the sun's rays, and from this point the whole process is repeated. 9. That the apparent motions of the sun and moon are not so complicated as those of the planets will be clear at once if we remember that the sun's apparent motion is caused by our seeing the sun projected against the celestial sphere in the ecliptic, the path cut out by the plane of the Earth's orbit, while in the case of the moon, what we see is the Moon's actual motion around the Earth projected against the celestial sphere in the great circle traced by the Moon's own orbital plane produced. To an indefinite extent, these motions are further complicated by the rotation of the Earth on its own axis, causing the rising and setting of the Sun and the Moon. These two bodies, however, always appear to be moving directly on in their courses, each completing a revolution around the Earth in a definite time, the Sun in a year, the Moon in 29.5 days. What we see in the case of the planets, on the other hand, is a complex motion compounded of the effects of the Earth's daily rotation, its yearly revolution around the Sun, and the planet's own revolutions in different periods of time in elliptical orbits around the Sun. These complex planetary motions are characterized by the peculiar oscillations known as direct and retrograde movements. Fig. 4. The motion of a planet is said to be direct when it moves in the direction of the succession of the zodiacal signs, retrograde when in the contrary direction. All of the planets have periods of retrograde and direct motion, though their usual direction is direct, from west to east. Retrograde motion can be explained by reference to the accompanying diagrams. In Fig. 4, the outer circle represents the path of the zodiac on the celestial sphere. Let the two inner circles represent the orbits of the Earth and an inferior planet, Venus, around the Sun, at S. An inferior planet is one whose orbit around the Sun is within that of the Earth. A superior planet is one whose orbit is outside that of the Earth. V, and E, and E are successive positions of the two planets in their orbits, the arc VV being longer than the arc EE because the nearer a planet is to the Sun, the greater is its velocity. Then when Venus is at V and the Earth at E, we shall see Venus projected on the celestial sphere at V1. When Venus has passed on to V, the Earth will have passed to E and we shall see Venus on the celestial sphere at V2. The apparent motion of the planet thus far will have been direct, from west to east in the order of the signs. But when Venus is at V and the Earth at E, Venus will be seen at V3 having apparently moved back about 2 signs in a direction the reverse of that taken at first. This is called the planet's retrograde motion. At some point beyond V, the planet will appear to stop moving for a very short period and then resume its direct motion. In Fig. 5. The outer arc again represents the path of the zodiac on the celestial sphere. The smaller arcs represent the orbits of the superior planet, Mars, and the Earth around the Sun, S. At the point of opposition of Mars, when Mars and the Sun are at opposite points in the heavens to an observer on the Earth, we should see Mars projected on the zodiac at M1. After a month Mars will be at M and the Earth at E, so that in its apparent motion Mars will have retrograde to M2. After 3 months from opposition Mars will be at M and the Earth at E, making Mars appear at M3 on the celestial sphere, its motion having changed from retrograde to direct. Fig. 5. Both figures 4 and 5 take no account of the fact that the Earth's orbit and those of the planets are not in exactly the same planes. Remembering this fact, we see at once that the apparent oscillations of the planets are not back and forth in a straight line but in curves and spirals. It is easy to see why the apparent motions of the planets were accounted for by deferents and epicycles, before the Copernican system revealed the true nature of the solar system as heliocentric and not geocentric. Selected bibliography: Berry, Arthur, A Short History of Astronomy. New York. 1899. Bryant, W. W., A History of Astronomy. London. 1907. Cumont, Franz, Astrology and Religion Among the Greeks and Romans. New York. 1912. Cushman, H. E., A Beginner's History of Philosophy. Boston. 1910. Dreyer, J. L. E., History of the Planetary Systems from Thales to Kepler. Cambridge. 1906. Evershed, Emma, Dante and the Early Astronomers. London. 1913. Gumpers, T., Greek Thinkers, A History of Ancient Philosophy. New York. 1901. Gore, J. Ellard, Astronomical Essays, Historical and Descriptive. London. 1907. Hinks, A. Astronomy. London. 1911. Jacobi, Harold, Astronomy. New York. 1913. Jastrow, Morris, Astrology Encyclopaedia Britannica 2, 795–800. Lee, H. C., History of the Inquisition of the Middle Ages. New York. 1906. 3. 409–549. Orchard, T. N., Milton's Astronomy. New York. 1913. Taylor, H. O., The Medieval Mind. 2 vols. New York. 1911. Todd, Mabel L., Steele's Popular Astronomy. New York. 1884. Trail, H. D., Social England. New York and London. 1902. Wallace, A. Man's Place in the Universe. London. 1903. White, A. D., Warfare of Science with Theology. New York and London. 1909. I. 381. Chaucer, The Complete Works of Geoffrey Chaucer. W. W. Skeat, edit. Clarendon Press. 1894. Chaucer, Treatise on the Astrolabe, A. E. Bray, edit. London. 1870. Cambridge History of English Literature, the ed. by A. W. Ward and A. R. Waller. Volume 2. 1908. 10. Brink, Bernard, History of English Literature. Volume 2. New York. 1893. Cawthorpe, W. J., Literary History of the English People. Volume I. New York. 1898. Haddo, Grace E., Chaucer and His Times. New York. 1914. Hammond, Eleanor P., Chaucer, A Bibliographical Manual. New York. 1908. Jusserand, J. J., History of English Poetry. Volume 2. London. 1895. Kittredge, G. L., Chaucer and His Poetry. Harvard University Press. 1915 Lega U, Emile, Geoffrey Chaucer. Trans. By L. Lavoie. London. 1913 Lounsbury, T.R., Studies in Chaucer. New York. 1892 Morley, Henry, English Writers. Volume V. London. 1887 ff. Root, Robert K., The Poetry of Chaucer. Boston and New York. 1906 Tatlock, John S. P., Astrology and Magic in Chaucer's Franklin's Tale. Kittredge Anniversary Papers. 1913 Tatlock, John S. P., The Scene of the Franklin's Tale Visited. Chaucer Society Publications. 1914 Footnotes. 1. The name of Ptolemy occurs once in the Somnour's Tale, d. 2289, as well as Euclid or, as, Ptolemy, and once in the Astrolabe, I 17.6, which declination, after Thaulum, is 23 degrees and 50 minutes, as well in Cancer as in Capricorn. The Almagest is mentioned in the Miller's Tale, a. 3208. His Almagest and Boxgret and Smile twice in the Whiff of Bath's prologue occur both the name of the Almagest and that of its author, whoso that nil be war by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. The same words writeth Ptolemy, read in his Almagest, and take it there. D 180 to 183, of Almen why blessed moot he be, the wis astrologian Dan Thaulum, that saith this proverb in his Almagest, of Almen his wisdom is the highest, that recketh never whoeth the world in hond. D 323 to 327, Professor Lounsbury, Studies in Chaucer, 2p 186 and pp 396-7, has difficulty in explaining why Chaucer makes the wife of Bath attribute these moral maxims to Ptolemy. He is inclined to think that Chaucer, so to speak, was napping when he put these utterances into the mouth of the wife of Bath. Yet elsewhere he acknowledges that the supposition of confused memory on Chaucer's part in this case is hard to reconcile with the knowledge he elsewhere displays of Ptolemy's work. I think it very probable that Chaucer's seeming slip here is deliberate art. The Wife of Bath is one of Chaucer's most humorous creations, and the blunders he here attributes to her are quite in keeping with her character. From her fifth husband, who was a professional scholar and a wide reader, she has picked up a store of scattered and incomplete information about books and names, and she loses no opportunity for displaying it. At any rate, whether or not Chaucer had read the Almagest in translation, his many cosmological and astronomical references show clearly his acquaintance with the Ptolemaic system of astronomy. 2. An Arabian scholar of the 8th century. 3. 1.18 ff. This treatise, divided in 5 parties, while I shew thee under full light rules and naked words in English, for Latin any canst it but small, my light sown. 4. And Lois, if so be that I shew thee in my light English as true conclusions touching this matter, and not only as true but as many and as subtle conclusions as Ben showed in Latin in any commune treatise of the Astrolabe, con me the more thank, Prologue to the Astrolabe, 35–39. 5. Skeat, Notes on the Astrolabe, Prologue, 62. Warton says that John Some and Nicholas Lynn were both Carmelite friars, and wrote calendars constructed for the meridian of Oxford. He adds that Nicholas Lynn is said to have made several voyages to the most northerly parts of the world, charts of which he presented to Edward III. These charts are, however, lost. 6. The Astrolabe, I 8.9. According to Warton, the work in question is an introduction to judicial astronomy. Lounsbury, 2. 398, 7, f. 1273. His tables Toltain's 4th Hebrew. 8. English Studien 3 209. See also J.S.P. Tatlock, Chaucer and Dante in Modern Philology, 3, 367. 1905, 9. Parliament of Fowls, 57–59. 10. Complaint of Mars, 29. 11. L'Envoi de Chaucer à Scogan, 8–12. By word etern Willem was hit shape that fro the fifth circle, in no mania, any might a drope of Teres down escape. But now so wapeth Venus in her spere, that with her Teres she will drench us here. 12. Since Chaucer calls Mars the Lord of the third heaven and elsewhere speaks of Venus as presiding over that sphere, it is evident that he sometimes reckons from the earth outwards, and sometimes from the outer sphere of Saturn towards the earth. The regular order of the planets, counting from the earth, was supposed to be as follows: Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, making Mars the third from the last. 13, 3. 1–2, 14. O first moeving cruel firmament, with thy diurnal sway that crowdest A and hurlest L from East till Occident, that naturally wold hold another way. B 295–8. Chaucer does not use the term firmament with sole reference to the star sphere. Here it clearly refers to the primum mobile. It often applies to the whole expanse of the heavens. 15. Boethius, Book I, Meter v. 1–4. The conception of God as the creator and unmoved mover of the universe originated in the philosophy of Aristotle, who was the one great authority, aside from Scripture and the Church Fathers, recognized by the Middle Ages. God's abode was thought to be in the empyrean, the motionless sphere beyond the ninth, and the last heaven. This is the meaning in the reference to the eternal throne, perdurable chair, of God. 16. Many of these beautiful descriptions, however, are not strictly Chaucer's own, since they occur in his translation of Boethius. It will suffice to quote one of these descriptions, and write by ensample as the sun is hid when the stars ben clustered, that is to say, when stars ben covered with clouds, by a swift windy that hight chorus, and that the firmament stand dirked by wet ploungy clouds, and that the stars nat appearen up or on heaven, so that the night semeth spread up or on earth. If then the wind that hight Boreas, why sent out of the caves of the contours of Trace, beateth this night, that is to say, chaseth it away, and discovereth the closed day, Then shineth Phoebus y shaken with sodine light, and smitteth with his beams in mervling eyeing. Boethius, Book I, Meter 3. 3-12, 17, Hymn on the Nativity, 13. 18, The Merchant of Venice, Act. VSCI, 19, Parliament of Fowls, 60-63. 20, Troilus and Chrysid, v. 1811-1813. 21, a 2297-9. 22, Who's of Fame, 2. 713 ff. 23, Second Enon's Tale, g. 45-47. 24, The Second Enon's Tale, g. 113-115. 25, a 1200. 26, b. 300 ff. 27, The Person's Tale, I 169 ff. There shall the stern and Rothluch sit above, and under him the horrible put of hell open to destroy in him that moot benowen eyes shins, which shins openly been showed beforen God and beforen every creature. And on the left sid, mo devils than hurt may bethink, for to hurry and draw the sinful souls to the pine of hell. And within the hurts of folk shall be the batinge conscience, and without forth shall be the world albreninge. 28, The Person's Tale, I 216-217. 29, The Wife of Bath's Prologue, d. 489. 30, The Merchant's Tale, e. 1645 ff. 31, The Knight's Tale, a 1224-7. 32, Troilus and Chrysid, bk 4. 864. 33, Merchant's Tale, e. 1265. 34, Ibid. E. 1331-1332. 35, The Legend of Good Women, 3. 1103 ff. 36, The Monk's Tale, b. 3200. 37, The Pardoner's Tale, c. 505-511. 38, In the time of Hammurabi, 2000 years before Christ, the Chaldeans worshipped as beneficent or formidable powers, the earth, that may give or refuse sustenance to man, the waters that fertilize or devastate, the winds that blow from the four quarters of the world, fire that warms or devours, and all forces of nature which, in their sidereal religion, they confounded with the stars, giving them the generic name of elements. But the system that recognizes only four elements as the original sources of all that exists in nature, was created by the Greek philosophers. Cf. Cumont, Astrology and Religion Among the Greeks and Romans, 1912, p. 33. 39, Paradiso I 92-93. 40, Paradiso I 130-135. 41, Book 3, Meter 9. 13 ff. 42, The Knight's Tale, a 2991-3. 43, Troilus and Chrysid, v 1807-10. 44. Boethius, Book 4. Meter ILFF. 45. The Who's of Fame, 2. 972-978. 46. Boethius, Book 2, Meter 8. L1FF. That the world with stable fith varieth accordable changes, that the contrarious quality of elements holden among hemself perdurable, all this accordance of things is bounden with love, that governeth earth and sea, and doth also commandments to the heavens. And if this love slaked the bridles, all things that now loven hem to Judea's wolden maken a battle continually, and striven to fordoon the fazoun of this world, the which they now leaden in accordable fith by fair moavinges. The thought of love as the harmonizing bond between diverse elements is dealt with more poetically in Troilus and Chrysid, BK 3. 1744-1757. Love, that of earth and seeth governance, love, that his hestesseth in heaven high. That the world with faith, which that is stable, diverseth so his stowns concordinge, that elements that been so discordable holden a bond perpetually duringe. That Phoebus mote his rosy day forth bringe, and that the moneth lordship over the nights, all this doth love, a Herod be his mights. 47. Skeet, Notes to Boethius, 2, Meter 9, 114. 48, 11.379-381. 49. The Physician's Tale, c. 11-26. 50. See Appendix I, 51, BLFF. Our host say well that the bright sun the arc of his artificial day had run the fourth part, and half an hour, and more, and though he were not dip expert in law, he wist it was the 80th day of April, that is messenger to May, and say well that the shadow of every tree was as in length the same quantity that was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadow he took his wit that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clom on height, and for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude, and so dainly he plight his hawse about. For Chaucer's accuracy in this reference see Appendix 2. 52. Prologue, 267-68. 53. Planets are said to be in conjunction with one another when they appear as one object or very close together within a limited area of the sky. 54. The Who's of Fame, Book I 503-8. Compare Dante, Paradiso I 58-63. I not long endured him, nor yet so little but that I saw him sparkle all around, like iron issuing molten from the furnace. And, of a sudden, meseemed that day was added unto day, as though he who hath the power, had adorned heaven with a second sun. 55. The Merchant's Tale, E 2219-21. 56. Prologue to the Legend of Good Women, 125-9. 57. Troilus and Chrysid, v8. 58. Ibid. v. 1107. 59. Complaint of Mars, 7. The epithet Candelabili is an allusion to the classical myth according to which Phoebus, the sun, having discovered the amour between Mars and Venus, revealed it to Vulcan, thus arousing him to jealousy. 60. Troilus and Chrysid, 2, 904–907. 61. Ibid. V 278–279. 62. Troilus and Chrysid, 3. 1702–5. 63. Complaint of Mars, 81–84. 64. Frankelin's Tale, F 1016–18. 65. See Appendix 3. 66. Knight's Tale, A 1493–1496. 67. Parsons' Prologue, I 1–9. See Appendix 4. 68. Non-Priest's Tale, B 4381–89. Chaucer has already indicated the date as May 3 by saying that March is complete and 32 days have passed besides. L 4379. That the sun would on May 3 have passed the 21st degree of Aries can be verified by reference to Fig. 1 in Skeat's introduction to the Astrolabe. A straight edging May 3 would cross the circle of the zodiacal signs at a point a little past the 21st degree of Aries. 69. Ascension means ascending degree. 70. Non-Priest's Tale, B 4043–4048. 71. The sun reaches his farthest point to the south at noon when on the meridian. See Appendix I, 72, Prologue, 197. 73. Ibid. 60–61, 74. Marchant's Tale, E 1795–7. 75. Frankelin's Tale, F 1016–17. 76. See Appendix I 82ff. 84ff. 77. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales, A 7–8. At the beginning of April the sun is a little past the middle of Aries, and at the beginning of May, roughly speaking, he is in the middle of Taurus. Thus the sun in April runs a half course in Aries and a half course in Taurus. Chaucer means here that the former of these half courses is completed, so that it is some time after the 11th of April. 78. Troilus and Chrysid, 2. 50–56. On the 3rd of May, in Chaucer's time, the sun would be past the 20th degree of Taurus. 79. The sun's declination means his angular distance north or south of the celestial equator. The solstices mark his maximum declination north or south. See Appendix I 83ff. 80. V 8–14. 81. Frankelin's Tale, F 1031–35. See Appendix V, 82. Leytown was a compound metal containing chiefly copper and zinc. 83. F 1245–49. 84. Astrolabe, Prologue, 64–70. 85. Legend of Good Women, 3. 1162 to 4, 86, Troilus and Chrysid, 4. 1591, 87, Book of the Duchess, 820 to 26. 88, Romaunt of the Rose, 1010 to 12. 89, see Appendix 6. 90, Merchant's Tale, E 1885 to 8. To pass from the second degree of Taurus into Cancer, the Moon would have to traverse the remaining 28 degrees of Taurus, 30 of Gemini and at least 1 of Cancer, making 59 degrees of the zodiac in all. For the Moon to do this is possible, as Skeet has shown. See Appendix 7. 91, Merchant's Tale, E 1893 to 6. 92, Troilus and Chrysid, 4. 1590 to 96. Chaucer's reference to the Moon's motion is again correct. It would, in fact, take the Moon about 10 days to pass from Aries through Leo, traversing 4 signs, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, and Leo, or about 1/3 of the whole zodiac. See Skeet, Notes to Troilus and Chrysid, p. 494. 93, the Moon. 94, the sign-bearer, that is, the zodiac. His candles are of course the stars and planets that appear in the zodiac. 95, Troilus and Chrysid, v 1018 to 22, 1027 to 29. 96, Legend of Good Women, 2501 to 6. 97, Complaint of Mars, 235. 98, Who's of Fame, 2110 to 17. 99, Troilus and Chrysid, 3. 624, 100, Ibid. v 652. By the Morware means early in the morning. 101, Troilus and Chrysid, 3. EDTEJ. See Appendix 8. p. 91. 102, Book I, Meter v 4 to 7. 103, Frankelin's Tale, f 1045 to 54. 104, Frankelin's Tale, f 1055 to 70. Skeet explains the lines, next at this opposition, which in the scene shall be of the Leon thus, earlier in the poem, L 906. May the 6th is mentioned, and it is on this date that the events narrated so far are supposed to have taken place. In May the Sun is in Taurus, so that the Moon at her next opposition would have to be in the opposite sign, Scorpio. The reference must mean therefore, at the next opposition that takes place with the Sun in Leo, not the very next one with the Sun in Taurus, nor the next with the Sun in Gemini or Cancer. This reason for waiting until there should be an opposition with the Sun in Leo, was astrological. Leo was the mansion of the Sun, so that the Sun's power when in that sign would be greatest. 105, B 5333 to 46. 106, Book 4, Meter v 8 to 9. 107, Ibid. 10 to 11, 108, see Appendix 9. P92 FF. 109, Who's of Fame, 3. 1375 to 6, 110, Book of the Duchess, 3. 408 to 9, 111, Astrolabe, 2. 3517 to 18. The attempt to explain the moon's motion by supposing her to move in an epicycle was hopelessly wrong. Chaucer means here simply that the moon's motion in her deferent is direct like that of the other planets. Their apparent motion is in the direction west to east except at short periods of retrogression, but that the moon's direction of motion in her epicycle is the reverse of that of the other planets. 112, 2. 35, 113, see Appendix 9. P92 FF. 114, Book I, Meter 2. 8 to 9, 115, Mercury and Venus are always seen either just before sunrise or just after sunset because their distances from the Sun are so comparatively small. 116, Betelgeuse, BKI, Meter V8 to 11. 117, Ibid. BK3, Meter I6 to 8. 118, Troilus and Chrysid, BK3. 1417 to 18, 119, Ibid. V 1016 to 17. 120, A 2214 to 16. 121, 113. 122, this is an astrological term. A palace, mansion or house was that zodiacal sign in which a planet was supposed to be peculiarly at home. 123, Complaint of Mars, 53 to 56. Mars is to hurry until he reaches Venus' palace and then advance as slowly as possible, to wait for her. Evidently Chaucer was aware of the varying apparent velocities of planetary motions. 124, Ibid. 64 to 70 When Venus overtakes Mars they are in conjunction. 125, Ibid. 98 to 112, 126, that is, the motions of both planets are direct, not retrograde. 127, Ibid. 129 to 138, 128, Ibid. 142 to 147, 129, that is, the two planets appear very close together in the sky. 130, Knight's Tale, A 2453 to 5. 131, 71 to 72, The Gret Iou that was betwixt hem two, when they be met, the remain no tunge tell. 132, 2. 32, 133, 3. 624 to 5, 134, Convivio, 2. 1510. 135, 55 to 56. 136, Who's of Fame, 2. 935 to 956, 137, Inferno, 17. 107 to 108, 138, Convivio, 2. 1548 to 55. 139, Mrs. John Evershed, Dante and the Early Astronomers, p. 200. 140, Prologue to the Canterbury Tales, a 412 to 418. 141, 2. 436 to 39. 142, F 1123 to 34. 143, F 1270 to 72. 144, F 1285 to 96. 145, Studies in Chaucer, Volume 2. 498, ff. 146, The Scene of the Franklin's Tale visited Chaucer Society Publications, 1914, Astrology and Magic in Chaucer's Franklin's Tale, Kittredge Anniversary Papers, 1913. 147, Chaucer and His Poetry, p. 186, ff. 148, The principal aspects were conjunction, sextile, quartile, trin, and opposition, corresponding respectively to the angular distances 0 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, 120 degrees and 180 degrees. 149, Knight's Tale, a 1084 to 91. 150, Tale of the Man of Law, b. 190 to 196. 151, Ibid. 197 to 203, 152, Troilus and Chrysid, 4. 743 to 746, 153, 9. 2576, 2599, 154, Her father, Aegisthus, because he feared her husband, bade her kill him by cutting his throat, and threatened her with death if she refused. 155. In astrology the signs of the zodiac were called houses or mansions, and each was assigned to a particular planet. When a planet was in its house or mansion, its power was very great. Each of the planets had also a sign called its exaltation, and in this sign its power was greatest of all. The sign opposite a planet's mansion was called its fall, and that opposite its exaltation was called its depression. These were the positions of least influence. Mars' mansions were Aries and Scorpio, his exaltation, Capricornus, his fall, Libra and Taurus, and his depression, Cancer. At the time of Hypermnestra's birth, then, we may suppose that Mars was in Libra, Taurus or in Cancer. If he was in Libra or Taurus, his influence would be suppressed by Venus, as these signs were in her mansions. 156. Knight's Tale, a 2453-2469. 157, Ibid. 1087-1088, 158, Ibid. 1328, 159, Astrolabe, 2. 421-25. The term whose is here used in a different sense from that in the passage explained above, p. 120. The whole heavens were divided into 12 portions by great circles passing through the north and south points of the horizon. The one of these just rising was called the House of the Ascendant. 160, Wife of Bath's Prologue, d. 609-616. The line myn ascendant was Taur, and Mars therein means that at the time of her birth Taurus was just rising in the east and Mars was in this sign, and as Taurus was the mansion of Venus, the influences of the two planets would be mingled. 161, d. 697-706. 162, a 3513-3518. 163, 3. 549-552, 164, 3. 624-628, 165, 1-7. 166, 8-14. 167, 15-19. 168, Troilus and Chrysid, 4. 260-266, 274-280. 169, I 1014-15. 170, 2. 967-973, 171. A planet was said to be combust when its light was extinguished by proximity to the Sun. When Venus and Mercury were combust, their influence was lost. 172, 3. 712-718. It is sometimes hard to determine whether the beings prayed to are pagan gods and goddesses or heavenly bodies. This passage makes it clear that the planets were identified with the pagan divinities. In the rest of this prayer, Troilus addresses Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, etc., as gods, referring in each case to some love affair, from ancient myth, that may win the gods' sympathy and help. 173, 3. 1254-1257. The Welwili planet means the propitious or favorable one. 174. V 638-644. Troilus needs the aid of Venus, especially on the 10th night after Chrysid's departure, because she had promised to return on that night. 175, F 129-130. 176, 2. 71-76, 177, Knight's Tale, a 1079. 178, Ibid. 1084-1091, 179, a 1163 to 69. 180, a 1303 to 8. 181, a 1663 to 1672. This is the medieval Christian idea of destiny or the foreknowledge of God, and is appropriately uttered here by the knight. 182, a 2209 ff, 2271 ff, 2367 ff. 183, Diana was called Luna, or the moon, in heaven, on earth, Diana or Lucina, and in hell, Proserpina. 184, a 2438, 2446. 185, a 2453, 2455, 2470, 2476. 186, Troilus and Chrysid, I1-5. 187, Ibid. I6-7. 188, 2. 15-18, 189, 2. 48-49, 190, 4. 1-14, 191, v 1037-1050. 192, v 1093-1099. 193, Troilus and Chrysid, 3. 617-620, 194, for Chaucer's locality, 45 degrees. 195, see the astrolabe, I18, 19. Vertical circles are called azimuths by Chaucer. 196, strictly speaking, the equinoxes and solstices are each simply an instant of time. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook Astronomical Lore in Chaucer asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works. So the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, Check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, If you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.